Yes, sir. Good morning. To begin this ceremony with reverence and cultural pride, may I request everyone to kindly rise for the Tamil Thai Varthu, our invocation to the mother of Tamil language. May I request now the dignitaries to come forward and light the lamp to, to commence the program in auspicious manner. Please. As they light the lamp, can we have a round of applause, please? Traditional way of inaugurating a ceremony. Asatoma Satgamaya, Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya, Mrityoma Amardam Gamaya. May this light dispel the darkness. May this light dispel the ignorance. And may this light dispel the untruth. Can we cheer them with an applause, please? Good morning. Or as we say in the maritime world, all hands on deck and full steam ahead. Good morning. That's it. My name is Captain K. Karthik, Principal, Amit Institute of Science and Technology, and also your MC for the day. It's my absolute pleasure to welcome you all aboard this grand voyage we call the Amit Global Maritime Summit 2025. A summit that doesn't just float ideas, but anchors them in purpose, innovation, and sustainability. We are gathered here at the majestic Anna Centenary Library, not just to discuss maritime matters, but make waves. The kind that shape a greener, smarter, and more resilient maritime future. This summit is powered by the vision of a man who believed that education is not about filling vessels, but lighting beacons. Dr. Naze J. Ramachandran, the Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation, established in his memory, honors excellence in maritime education and leadership, with sustainability as its guiding star. Our theme this year, Sailing Towards Sustainability, Navigating the Future of Maritime Industry, is not just timely, it's pretty much necessary. As ships get smarter and the oceans warmer, we must steer with both compass and conscience. Today's voyage includes a thought-provoking panel discussions on human skills, legal redress at sea, and even how social media might just save our seas. Yes, I'm sure those WhatsApp reels may finally have a higher purpose. 4 parallel technical tracks navigating everything from blue economy to digital transformation. We promise no one will be left at sea. And finally, our awards evening, where we don't just give trophies, we honor titans shaping the maritime world with innovation, grit, and brilliance. I take my absolute pleasure in now welcoming the guest. A warm and respectful welcome to our chief guest, Captain Mohan Nayak, Director, Dynacom Tankers Management Private Limited. Our guest of honor, Captain Karan Kochar, Managing Director, Maersk. Dr. Venkat Balaji Swaminathan, Business Development Director, Executive Education, Thunderbird School of Global Management, Arizona State University, USA. Our beloved Dr. J. Ramachandran Sir, Founder and Chancellor of Amit University. Dr. Ms. Sushila Ramachandran Ma'am, Managing Trustee, Amit University. Dr. Rajesh Ramachandran, President, Amit University. Please, I want a resounding applause, my dear. Colonel Dr. G. Tiruvasagam, Provost, Amit University. Dr. V. Rajendran, Vice Chancellor, Amit University. Dr. Deepa Rajesh, Vice President, Academies, Amit University. Dr. V. Sangeeta Albin, Registrar, Amit University. And Captain Srinivas Gopal, Principal, Amit University. And of course, to all other distinguished dignitaries, faculties, cadets, alumni, and global industry leaders, your presence today, each of you bring, I'm sure, depth, direction, and heart to the summit. So let's today be a lighthouse for the industry and compass for a future. So once again, I welcome aboard. Let's sail, let's spark, let's shape the maritime story for tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a special moment to honor not just leadership, but a legacy. May I respectfully invite our chief guest, Captain Mohan Nayak, to kindly present a bouquet to our founder chancellor, Dr. J. Ramachandran, as a warm gesture of the belated birthday wishes. Could you please all rise and provide a standing ovation? So, though the birthday was yesterday, the admiration, respect, and good wishes continue to arrive to you, sir. Like any good ship, perhaps fashionably late, but always heartfelt and full of goodwill. We wish you a continued health, joy, and same unstoppable passion that inspires all of us. Thank you so much, Captain Naik. I now respectfully invite our President, Dr. Rajesh Ramachandran, to kindly felicitate Captain Mohan Naik, Director, Dynacom Tankers Management Private Limited, with a shawl and a memento as a token of our gratitude and deep appreciation. Round of applause, please. Thank you. May I now respectfully invite our Provost Colonel Dr. G. Trivasagam sir to kindly felicitate our guest of honor, Captain Karan Kocher, Managing Director, Maersk, with a memento. Captain Karan, your renewed looks reflects a spiritual calm and a commanding presence. You remind leadership can be both wise and dashing. Thank you for that. We are truly honored by your presence today. I request the dignitaries to be please seated. Mr. Venkat Balaji is just on his way. We'll do the honors once he arrives. Thank you for the felicitation. Education, it's indispensable. It is although non-negotiable. But what is the purpose of education without livelihood? Knowledge without livelihood is a treasure in a cracked pot. I didn't say this. The sage Thiruvalluvar in his epitome, he says, Udiyam illa kalvi yavano valuvir valvan pirai. Couplet 398, where he says that knowledge without livelihood is like a treasure in a cracked pot. Led by this conviction, a person comes out where he finds education without employment is a deadly combination. He goes on to start, way back in 1976, the New Era Association of Educated Self-Employed Youth. Long before even skill development was not on the national agenda. He has created pathways for over 2 lakhs rural youth, offering them skill, self-reliance, and dignity. At the time when maritime education in India was restricted and fragmented, he dared to dream beyond, and in 1993 laid the foundation of what would become the India's first private maritime university. He founded the Academy of Maritime Education and Training, with technical collaborations with premier UK institutions, transforming it into a global knowledge hub. Today, AMET stands tall, strong, staunch, having produced over 17,000 highly skilled maritime professionals with consistent placements and global recognition. His contributions have not gone unnoticed. National honors, including the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Ministry of Shipping, the Edupreneur from the Times of India, and the Honorary Doctorate from York St. John University, UK, these things resoundingly affirm his legacy. Indeed, he is a man who transformed classrooms into careers, a social worker who turned despair into dignity, and an institution builder who believed in empowering from the grassroots. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome the founder chancellor of AMET University, Dr. Naze J. Ramachandran, to deliver the presidential address. Can we have a round of applause?
Good morning, distinguished guests, eminent speakers, industry leaders, students, faculty members and friends. My special welcome to Captain Mohan Naik and Captain Karan, and other dignitaries who are going to participate in the session. It is with immense pride and heartful gratitude that I welcome you all to the AMET Global Maritime Summit 2025 and the AMET Global Maritime Awards, a landmark event that brings together the finest minds and hearts of the maritime community under one roof. I'm happy that we are organizing the second edition of AMET Global Maritime Summit and AMET Global Maritime Awards by inviting distinguished guests from the shipping industries and various maritime institutions. I am equally happy that one of my longtime friends and leading maritime leaders, Captain Mohan Naik, is present today as chief guest of the mega event. I am confident that his presence and his address would be an eye-opener for all of us, especially in the area of autonomous shipping, green shipping, and making use of artificial intelligence-driven technologies optimally in the shipping industries. Captain Karan Kochar, who is representing the internationally renowned shipping company AP Moller Maersk, with whom we have long-time relationship for more than 2.5 decades. It is my duty to cherish our collaborations, which led to establish Maersk Center of Excellence, a novel and unique initiative in maritime education. I also equally happy to have the representatives from Arizona State University, USA, with whom AMET is going to make new academic tie-up for enhancing our internationalization efforts. Today, we set sail on a journey of purpose and progress anchored in our theme, Sailing Towards Sustainability, Navigating the Future of the Maritime Industry. In an era defined by climate consciousness, technological disruption, and human capital transformation, the maritime industry stands at a historic crossroads. We must choose not only the path of innovation and the course of responsible, inclusive, and sustainable growth. Over the past 2 decades, AMET University has strived to be more than an academic institution. We have formed to be a beacon of excellence, ethics, and empowerment in maritime education. Our alumni command vessels, lead corporations, and most importantly, carry forward value instilled here, integrity, discipline, and global responsibility. Today's summit is not just an academic gathering, it is a platform for action, a space for exchanging transformative ideas that will define how we train, how we lead, and how we protect the oceans that give life to our planet. We are honored by the presence of distinguished dignitaries, visionaries who are shaping the industry today. We are especially proud to welcome leaders from Dynacom Tankers, Maersk, Arizona State University, and several other premier organizations who have joined us today in partnership and solidarity. A special moment awaits us this morning with the ongoing signing of the MOU with Arizona State University, marking the beginning of international collaborations in executive maritime education, which will strengthen our students' global competence and our institution's impact. The AGME Awards 2025 this afternoon will recognize excellence not just in rank or title, but in leadership, innovation, resilience, and humanity. These awareness are not just professionals, they are role models, mentors, and change makers. To our students, future captains of the seas, know that your journey starts here, but the horizon is limitless. Learn, head, and most importantly, serve with the heart. To our partners, speakers, and stakeholders, thank you for believing in Ahmed and in the vision we share. Let us make this summit not just a commemoration of maritime strength, but a commitment to a more sustainable, inclusive, and inspired future. Let us sail forward together. Thank you.
Thank you for the thoughtful words, sir. Very kind of you. I now welcome a globally ranked scientist and visionary academician, consistently featured among the top 2% of the world's scientists by Stanford University and Elsevier since 2019. A prolific researcher and innovator, who traveled several countries, signed multiple MOUs, global authority in material science and nanotechnology, leading the institution towards Industry 5.0 and global innovation. Here is Dr. V. Rajendran to introduce our chief guest. A round of applause, please. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished guests, respected colleagues, industry leaders, students, and friends from around the maritime world. It is with immense pride that I welcome you all to the Ahmed Global Maritime Summit, AGMS 2025, and Ahmed Global Maritime Award, AGMA 2025, a landmark platform that brings together thought leaders, innovators, and achievers from across the maritime spectrum. The AGMA Summit is more than a celebration. It is a convergence of ideas, experience, and vision for the future of global shipping. At the outset, I wish to respectfully acknowledge the presence of our visionary, founder and chancellor, Honorable Dr. J. Ramachandran sir, our Honorable President, Dr. Rajesh Ramachandran sir, our respected and beloved Managing Trustee in her absence, Mrs. Susila Ramachandran Madam. I take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt greetings to Captain Karan Kochar, Managing Director, Maersk Fleet Management and Technology India Private Limited, who has graciously consented to be the guest of honor, Honorable Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasagam sir, Provost of Ahmed University and Member Secretary of Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation, beloved and respected Mr. Karigalan sir, Senior Vice President, respected and beloved Dr. Deepa Rajesh Madam, Vice President Academics, beloved Registrar Dr. V. Sangeeta Albin Madam. I take this opportunity to welcome our chief guest for the inaugural function, Captain Mohan Vasant Nayak, Director of Dynacom Tankers Management Limited, a distinguished leader whose decades-long contributions span ship management, maritime law, and education. It is my honor and privilege to introduce our today's chief guest, Captain Mohan Vasant Nayak, Director Dynacom Tankers Management Private Limited. Captain Nayak is one of the most respected personalities in international shipping arena today. With an exceptional sailing career spanning of 18 years as master and 25 years in shore-based leadership, he brings nearly 5 decades of unwavering service to the maritime industry. As a director of Dynacom, he leads the operation of over 150 vessels, including oil tanks, LNG carriers, and dry bulk ships, and is a key architect of Dynacom global expansion, including 60 new builds in the pipeline. He is a qualified extra master, a first-class LLB graduate from Mumbai University, and holds an LLM in maritime law with a distinction from London Metropolitan University. His cross-domain expertise bridges seafaring, law, arbitration, ship management, and maritime regulations. He served as an assessor under the Maritime Shipping Act, an expert on his ActMark books on maritime operations, and teaches part-time, investing his wisdom in the future generation. His professional qualifications are testimony to his stature. Chairman, Nautical Institute, India West, Fellow Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers, Deputy Chairman, Company of Master Marines of India, Chairman, Mission of Seafarers India, Director, FOSMA, Fellow Indian Council of Arbitration, supporting member, LMAA, and many others. He is a voice of clarity, experience, and balance in an industry that is consistently evolving, and we are truly honored to have him with us today. Captain Naik, on behalf of Amet University, I extend a heartfelt welcome to you, sir. Your presence adds great value to this summit, and we look forward to hearing your insights. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our chief guest for the AGMA 2025, Captain Mohan Naik. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Ramachandran, Founder and Chancellor, Amet University, Dr. Rajesh Ramachandran, Colonel Dr. Thirugasam, Professor Dr. V. Rajendran, thank you very much for the introduction. Captain K. Karthik, the MC for today, Captain Karan Kocha, the guest of honor, dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries of the dais. I'm very thankful to Amet University for inviting me for this opening address at this very, very august function of the Amet Global Maritime Summit 2025 and the Amet Global Maritime Awards AGMA 2025. My first association with Amet was way back in 2010 when I visited these premises, this temple of learning called Amet with my principals. And I was very, very impressed by what the institute had to offer even 15 years ago. And that is no mean achievement on part of Amet, but it is a habit for them now. They started in 1993 with just 14 cadets, I believe. And they have come a long way with any time you have 3,500 students on the premises. Big achievement. And I remember in August 2007, when I was the Secretary General of the CMMI, Amet was the first maritime university to be called a deemed university. Again, a great honor. First maritime university. We even had a presentation in Mumbai by the then principal of Amet, who came and gave us how uphill a task it was to become a deemed university those days. Now other universities have also joined the bandwagon, but you were the first, sir. Great achievement at that time also. We look forward to Amet's association with our company. It has been there for a long time, and we look forward to it in the future also. We take a lot of cadets from Amet, and we are proud of them, and we are happy with them, with the progress that they show on the ship. Many of them are leading from the front, and very soon they may also be getting some shore jobs in the company, who joined us 15 years ago. Okay, now we come to the subject of today, that is sustainability and how the maritime industry is going to achieve it in the way ahead, sailing towards sustainability as it is called. Let us define what is sustainability. Sustainability in the broader sense refers to maintain or support a process continuously over time. It also seeks to prevent the depletion of natural resources. Now, what are these natural resources, you may ask? Natural resources are, of course, our air, water, other things like land, which we are thriving on. They should not get depleted. So that is one big goal for sustainability. And as you all know, shipping is targeted by many of the other industries, including the IMO, for many of the ills that they think shipping is causing. For example, pollution, air pollution, water pollution, etc., etc. So regulations have come and go regarding sustainability in shipping. But what we forget is one big sustainability goal, that is the human element. Are we actually sustaining the seafarers who go on board? Are they living and staying on board for a long time to serve the maritime industry, or are they quitting halfway? This is a question also we should try to answer today. As you can see through the independent technical discussions on various goals of sustainability, which I will be going into a short while. And the second is the panel discussions that are going to happen which I also look forward to. We have 3 panel discussions, as has been introduced by Captain Karthik. It's on harassment out at sea, mental health, which is affecting that harassment. We have also the legal approach, which is going to be there. And thirdly, we are also going to have some kind of a debate on social media. How does it affect? Now, is this question going to about how sustaining the human manpower on board? We answered. I'm looking forward to that. As some study of last a month back has shown that there are more suicides causing deaths of seafarers on board rather than fatal accidents. I was very surprised to read that. That means something is wrong. Either it is mental health, we do not teach them mental health on how to cope with stresses out at sea, or probably there is some other cause which may be leading to this kind of a drastic increase in suicides. I hope this can be debated also in the sessions which are going to follow. Coming to the other sustainability in shipping, as I told you earlier also, shipping environmental impact is significant with carbon emissions, air pollution, marine waste, and there is a growing pressure for cleaner, more efficient shipping practices. Now, what are those key areas of sustainability? The first and foremost is, of course, carbon emissions. Carbon emissions, as you all are aware, they have been targeted by IMO, and we have a goal of 2050 that we will cut down by 50% the carbon which are being emitted, with 2008 being the benchmark year. After that, in 2050, you're going to cut it down by 50%. Similarly, you have something called sulfur emissions, which already are being aimed at for 0.3 and 0.5, etc., for ECA areas and for normal areas. These are going to be what are going to lead in the sustainability goal in shipping. How do we curb the carbon emissions? We have cleaner fuels, as my friend Captain Karan Kochar has already in his company introduced the methanol carrier, pure methanol carrier. I think it's going to be a great achievement on part of the company that they have taken a lead from other companies to have these kind of ships. On our part, we have LNG carriers, which are of course DFD engines, which also try to burn the natural gas which they are carrying. However, they also use diesel and electric power, which is not exactly what is going to get the full carbon content down. Then we have experiments on biofuels, experiments on hydrogen, which is the green hydrogen. Green hydrogen, as you all know, it is due to the, which is being generated by recycling. And it is not just hydrogen which is being generated by chemical experiments. Then you have ammonia replacing heavy fuel oil. That is what is going to be for the carbon emissions. The next thing we look forward to is the energy efficient technologies. We have 3 experiments being carried out. One is on wind assisted propulsion, where ships are using sails or kites to reduce fuel consumption. They are still in an experiment stage. Then you have hull designs, optimal hull designs and hull shapes and coatings to reduce drag. And you have air lubrication, which is also being used in vessels, where air bubbles are generated on the hull, so that between the hull and the water, which reduces friction and thereby reduces fuel consumption. Then you have electrification and hybrid propulsion. This we have battery powered ships which are being operated in the fjords of Norway and various small areas, still in an experimental stage. And the shore power. Use of shore power, of course, in dry dock we have to use, but they are also encouraging shore power to be used when the ship is alongside in certain areas of the world. Coming to pollution control and waste management. Pollution control is reduction of, let's say, plastic use. We have Annex 1 to 5, we have the garbage annex, and 1 to 6 rather, and we have onboard cycling systems, recycling systems, which are taking care of plastic usage. Then we have the ballast water treatment. It prevents the spread of invasive species as per the IMO regulations. Sulfur emissions I have already talked about, that IMO aims to cap sulfur emissions in exhaust of the ships. Smart shipping and digitalization. In smart shipping, you have what is AI, which is aiding vessels to reduce and predicting maintenance and for fuel savings. And we also have IoT. I'm sure many of you have heard about it. It's a special type of internet which combines the normal internet with various equipment on board and ashore, which gives you optimum ideas on fuel consumption, reduction of fuel consumption, and optimum speeds. And of course, you have the big data, usage of big data, which takes into account from various quarters, various sources, what ships emitting, what data they are sending back. And there are various service providers who interpret this data, tens and thousands of data every day coming, and they try to give optimum results to people who are the user, the end users. One such example I can quote, which I have seen and which I use on board, is a company which is using this technology. JM Bakshi, I can name that company. They have a vertical which does this kind of a study, and they aim to use this data for optimum routes being used for ships, so that speeds are normal, speeds are optimal. Wherever there is a crowded or areas which are heavy traffic, how to avoid that and how to go about in a proper route so that the consumption of fuel can be optimized. Autonomous ship, I think everybody has heard about it, and they're saying that manpower will be reduced on board, and this is going to be loss of human resources, etc., but it's still a long way to go. Experiments are being done for smaller areas, but for main ocean-going carriers which are carrying hazardous cargoes like oil or containers which carry dangerous goods, it is still going to take some time for autonomous ships. But yes, it is the future. Regulatory frameworks. You have the IMO 2020 goal. I have spoken about the sulfur emission targets, the carbon intensity targets, and we come to now what is the ship recycling. This is again a sustainable goal. Just last week, the Hong Kong Convention came into force, which talks about ship recycling. And ship recycling, India has acceded to the Hong Kong Convention, and you might have read about a big conference which was held in Bhavnagar in Gujarat, where various participants from the world participated, and how, because India has got a huge beach called Alang, where the ship breaking activities take place, and how the ship recycling will be environmentally friendly in the future, how the ship's recycled parts will again be used in building newer ships, etc. Well, all this is well said and done, but there are many challenges in sustainability. The first challenge is the high initial costs. Not many companies can invest immediately in fuels which are not fossil fuels, which are carbon friendly, which are less in carbon. I would say carbon enemies to carbon, not friendly. So these are the ships which are in an experimental stage, and its high costs, high initial costs are significant. Therefore, for the cleaner technologies, a lot of initial investment is needed. Then infrastructure gaps. There is limited availability of refueling and energy infrastructure. We don't have many LNG bunkering ports, for example. I don't know about methanol. I think my colleague Captain Karan will also tell us refueling for ethanol, what is going to be the future. So infrastructure gaps are there for refueling. And global coordination. Shipping is a global industry, and even though IMO is a rule-making body, but it is just a watchdog. It cannot police actually what is happening in ports. But there are some beginnings in this. There are something called green ports. The ports also are going the green way, and the ports also are encouraging their own vessels which call their port to use greener fuels and to use greener practices. So this is a movement in the right direction. So this global coordination is a big challenge. So coming to conclude my address here, we have to move towards the sustainability. Shipping is evolving through cleaner fuels, energy efficient technologies, and stricter regulations. But are our manpower being trained enough to handle this? Do you have the skill mindset? As we can see, we have a session on soft skills also. Soft skills are equally important when we are dealing with newer technologies. Not just passing exams is not enough. You have to practice, especially the cadets, the young cadets who are sitting in this auditorium. This is going to be a big challenge for you all. Let's say 5 to 10 years from now, as soon as you step on board, it will start, and that is going to be a big challenge. how to cope with the new skill set which will be required for these kind of vessels which are having extraordinary technological breakthroughs. You have challenging also for overcoming costs, infrastructure additions, and hurdles to achieve fully sustainable industry. So with this, I would like to conclude my address here, and again I would like to thank Dr. Ramachandran and the entire team of AMET for inviting me to address this August gathering. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Captain Mohan V. Nayak, for that inspiring and thoughtful address. Undoubtedly, from propeller to port, sustainability is going to be our true north. Let's move on. To say that I am delighted would be an understatement. I would like to welcome a mentor, a visionary, and an inclusive leader, a globally top-ranked shipping professional, a crisis manager who redefined leadership during the pandemic, a trailblazer for gender equity at sea, a Cornell certified maritime strategist and managing director at Maersk with over 24 years of operational excellence across the shipping industry. I'm sure by now our cadets would have guessed. It's time you kickstart your resounding applause to welcome our guest of honor to deliver the special address. Let's welcome Captain Karan Kochar.
Good morning, everyone. How are we doing today? Let's try that again. Good morning, everyone. All right, that's a lot better. I see still some of us are maybe not had a great breakfast. So how do we get everyone up and going? I heard the loudest cheers for Captain Srinivas. So does that mean that we are all here from, the majority are here from AMET at Kanatur? Yes? So, shall we have a round of applause for Captain Srinivas? All right, there are still a few people who are not yet fully powered up. So maybe let's have, how many of you have wished Dr. Ramachandran on his birthday? Can you raise your hands? Okay, so none of you have wished him. Come on. Let's all of us have a wish, a greeting. Let's say happy birthday, sir, for Dr. Ramachandran at 3. All right? 1, 2, 3. That was good, but we're going to do it again because Dr. Ramachandran deserves a standing ovation and a birthday wish. So come on, everyone, let's get up. All right, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you all so much. It is truly an honor for me to be here today at the AMET Global Maritime Summit 2025 and the AMET Global Maritime Awards. A big thank you to you, sir, Dr. Ramachandran, founder and chancellor of AMET University, and the entire team at the Maritime Foundation for hosting such a meaningful and forward-looking event. Dr. Ramachandran, from my side also, a very happy birthday to you. And I may be a day late, but the respect and gratitude are very much always there. Wishing you continued health, strength, and inspiration as you keep guiding this remarkable institution and the entire maritime community. A warm greeting as well to our chief guest, Captain Mohan Nayak. Thank you for that really inspiring address. Dr. Ramesh Ramachandran, President of AMET University, Colonel Dr. Thiruvasagam, Professor V. Ramachandran, and all the dignitaries, colleagues from the industry, faculty, and most importantly, all of you. all of the students who are the future maritime leaders in this hall. And that's why it's important for you to be switched on and to be awake. The topic for today is the future of maritime industry, and that is all of you. And if you are going to be sleeping through that, that's what your future is going to be. So the choice is up to you. So the theme this year, sailing towards sustainability, navigating the future of the maritime industry. It couldn't be more relevant. We are all living in a time where the maritime industry is not just about moving cargo anymore. It's about moving the world forward. And it's about moving the world forward responsibly. Whether it's decarbonization, digitization, or driving diversity, the tide is certainly shifting. And to keep up, we need a new kind of leadership. One that understands tradition, but also knows how to break the mold. What gives me great joy is seeing how AMET has stayed ahead of the curve. The institution doesn't just produce graduates, it builds professionals with the right mindset, the right values, and the right drive to lead globally. Speaking from my experience at Maersk, I myself am not, unfortunately, I'm not an AMET graduate. I did not have that opportunity when I started, but I did join Maersk in 2008, and I've completed 17 years at Maersk. And I can see throughout my time, I've worked with, sailed with, and had AMET graduates all around me. And even today, some of our leadership all across the company have graduates from Maersk, Right in front of me, we have Captain Danny Jor, which some of you might know, our cadet training manager. We have Captain Arvind Shankar also, who some of you might know, who's a recruitment and cadet manager. We have our fleet directors, we have fleet superintendents, we have maritime superintendents, electrical superintendents, all of them, a lot of them are graduates from Maersk. If you come to our office at any time, you will see AMET, all over the place. That's a proud reflection of what this institution stands for and what it continues to produce. So, to all the cadets and students here, I want to say this to you directly. The future is not just coming, you are the future. You're entering an industry that is transforming. It's not going to be all the same smooth sailing, it's transforming very rapidly. And your generation will be at the helm of that change. So don't wait for it to come to you. Go out there and shape it. Stay curious, stay humble, stay resilient. And remember, sustainability is not just about ships and systems. Sure, fuels play an important part, technology plays an important part, but at the core of it, it's about people. This is not something that you will be told to and it will happen to you. This is something that you have to initiate and you have to drive it throughout your career. It's also about how we treat each other, how we lead teams, and how we protect the world that we operate in. And of course, today, we also honor individuals and organizations that are leading the way in this, leading with vision, with values, and with impact. So huge congratulations to all the winners at the AMET Global Maritime Awards later today. You're not just receiving this trophy, but you're also setting a benchmark for all of us to follow. So once again, a big thank you to AMET University, the Maritime Foundation, and to each and every one of you for having me here today. This summit and this crowd gives me great hope for where our industry is leading. Let's continue to grow, collaborate, and push boundaries, not just for sustainability, but for a stronger, safer, and smarter maritime future. In the end, I would like to also just add that our relationship with AMET University, courtesy of the visionary leader, Dr. Ramachandran, extends beyond 30 years. I think it was 93 or 94 where the first batch of students had started, and that relationship has only expanded ever since. And we are deeply indebted for your service to our organization and to our industry. So thank you. Thank you all. Jai Hind, wishing you fair winds and following seas.
Thank you, Captain Karan Kocher. Stay humble, stay resilient. Takeaways from Captain Karan's guest of honor advice. Pretty sure that the cadets will take a lot from that and move forward. Two key things has happened yesterday, which I cannot miss to mention that here. This birthday, a very important moment. Chancellor has been so generous in awarding rupees 10,000 for the underprivileged community, for all the school students who have secured very good marks in the higher secondary and at the high school levels. Thank you so much, sir. It goes a long way for them to continue their education, and it's been a prolonged support. And also, yesterday, Maersk was there at the Maersk Center of Excellence, delivering the farewell address to the Maersk cadets, which shows the core values are not in the just letter and spirit, but also in the true reflection of the conduct. Thank you so much for giving that felicitations and memento to the cadets. Thank you once again. Yeah. Now we move on to the release of conference proceeding. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to unveil a key highlight of the summit. The official release of the conference proceeding of the AMET Global Maritime Summit 2025. May I respectfully request our chief guest, Captain Mohan Naik, Director, Dynacom Tankers Private Limited, to kindly release the proceedings, and may I also invite our guest of honor, Captain Karan Kocher, Managing Director, Maersk, to gracefully receive the first copy as a symbol of industry-academic collaboration and shared vision for the maritime future. This moment marks not just the release of the document, but also launch of ideas that will ripple across the global maritime community. Here he goes on with the conference proceeding release. Please to let you all know, the book what you see getting released is a condensed and the boiling point of more than 120 articles that has come from different domains all over the world. And this has been peer reviewed, and out of that 67 articles has been chosen to come under this conference proceeding. And all these things will be getting presented in the concurrent parallel tracks that will be happening just in a little while from now. May we have a round of applause. A lot of work has been gone into this, preparing. I should thank Dr. Sasilata Madam here for being at the helm and doing this, and also our Vice President Academic, Dr. Deepa Rajesh Madam. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam. Well, another exciting moment is going to happen to mark a significant stride in the global academic collaboration. We now move to the exchange of Memorandum of Understanding between AMET University and Arizona State University, USA, and the launch of the Executive Education Program of the Thunderbolt School of Global Management. May I now invite on stage our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. J. Ramachandran, and Mr. Venkat Balaji Swaminathan, Business Development Director, Executive Education, Thunderbird School of Global Management, Arizona State University, USA, to kindly come forward for the formal exchange of the MOU and ceremonial launch of the collaborative programs. Yeah. Can we cheer them up? The details of the AMET ASU Executive Education offerings are displayed in the side panels for your reference. This moment truly signals the coming together of the global expertise and the local impact. We also take this moment to felicitate Mr. Venkat Balaji Swaminathan for giving his presence to the summit. May the honors be done, please. I would like to request our Vice President Academic, Dr. Deepa Rajesh Madam, give the memento and honor Dr. Venkat Balaji Subramaniam. Thank you so much, madam and sir. Truly a remarkable moment at this stage. Yeah. Without much ado, a man shaped by simplicity and service, a champion of youth empowerment, a visionary educationist, a global mind with a grounded mission, a humble doer, not a seeker of spotlight. I'm sure he will try to slip in quietly, but let's not let him. Please join me in welcoming our President, Dr. Rajesh Ramachandran, for delivering the felicitation address.
Thank you, Captain, for keeping it simple. A very good morning to everyone present here at the AMET Global Maritime Summit 2025 and the AMET Global Maritime Awards, organized under the visionary banner of the Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation. It is both a privilege and a moment of pride to extend my warmest felicitation to all gathered here. Our esteemed chief guest, Captain Mohan Nayak, Director, Dynacom Tankers Management Private Limited, and guest of honor, Captain Karan Kochar, Managing Director, Maersk, distinguished members of the Executive Council, learned faculty, proud cadets, and our valued guests from industry, academia, and administration. We are especially delighted to welcome Mr. Venkat Balaji Swaminathan, Business Development Director, Executive Education, Arizona State University, USA, for the exchange of the MOU and launch of our collaborative program. Today, as we converge under the theme, Sailing Towards Sustainability, Navigating the Future of Maritime Industry, we do more than participate in a conference. We reaffirm our shared commitment to build a maritime future that is not only technologically advanced, but also environmentally responsible, socially inclusive, and globally integrated. This summit is not just an academic platform. It is a navigation chart for the next generation of maritime innovation, one where sustainability is not a side note, but the compass guiding every decision we make, every policy we draft, and every vessel we build or board. As we honor excellence through the AMET Global Maritime Awards, let us also recognize that behind every awardee is a story of perseverance, purpose, and professionalism. These recognitions are not just about what has been achieved, but about what will inspire others to achieve. At AMET and through the enduring legacy of the Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation, we are committed to bridging tradition and transformation. We salute our founder and chancellor, Dr. J. Ramachandran, whose unwavering vision continues to guide this institution as a lighthouse of maritime education and leadership. In conclusion, may this summit serve as a confluence of ideas. May our collaboration grow stronger, and may we all continue to steer towards a future that is not just sustainable, but seaworthy in every sense. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. The short and powerful, of course, and sustainable speech. I personally admire this lady for her remarkable ability to juggle roles with grace, clarity, and precision. A formidable force behind AMET operational excellence, a technocrat with global perspective, a quiet warrior for gender sensitivity, a visionary institution builder. Let's give a rousing welcome to ever-inspiring Dr. V. Sangeeta Albin, the Registrar of AMET University, to deliver the vote of thanks. Please.
Good morning to all. It is both a privilege and a pleasure for me to stand before you all to deliver the vote of thanks on this significant inaugural occasion of AGMS 2025. First and foremost, I extend our deepest gratitude to our chief guest, Captain Mohan Naik, Director of Dynacom Tankers Management Private Limited. Sir, your presence here and sharing your rich experience and expertise on sustainability. Thank you, sir. We are also honored to have had with us our guest of honor, Captain Karan Kochar, Managing Director, Maersk Fleet Management and Technology, India Private Limited. Thank you, sir, for your presence and inspiring as well as energizing our cadets. A heartfelt thanks to Mr. Venkat Balaji Swaminathan, Business Development Director, Thunderbird School of Global Management, Arizona State University, USA. The exchange of the MOU and the launch of the collaborative program between AMET and Thunderbird marks a significant milestone in our global academic engagement. Thank you, sir. A profound gratitude to our founder and chancellor, Dr. J. Ramachandran, for his ever-inspiring presidential address. Sir, your visionary leadership continues to guide and shape the future of AMET Group of institutions. A special word of thanks to our president, Dr. Rajesh Ramachandran, for the gracious felicitation address, which beautifully encapsulated the purpose and spirit of this gathering. Our heartfelt gratitude to Provost Colonel Dr. G. Tiruvasagam. His steadfast support and guidance have played a vital role in the success of this conference and in shaping the institution's academic journey. To our Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. V. Rajendran, for his continuous, consistent academic stewardship. To our Vice President Academics, Dr. Deepa Rajesh, for the steady support in aligning the conference with AMET's vision of educational excellence. I also place on record our sincere appreciation to Captain K. Karthik, Principal of AMET Institute of Science and Technology, for setting the tone of today's proceedings. Captain Gopal Srinivasan, Principal, AMET University, and Captain Chandrasekhar, Principal, AMET City College. A special note of thanks to Mr. Anand Tripathi, Dr. Sasilata, and Dr. Jayaprakash Vel for their valuable contributions and unwavering commitment, which greatly enriched the planning and execution of both AGMS and AGMA 2025. Behind every successful event is a team of dedicated individuals. At AMET, we come together as a family, driven by spirit, commitment, and teamwork to make every event a grand success. On that note, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the entire organizing team whose tireless efforts and unwavering dedication ensured the seamless execution of today's event. Thank you all for the invitees from the industry. And finally, to each one of you in the audience, whether here in presence or online, your presence is deeply appreciated and has added grace and meaning to this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for those the two most beautiful words in English. Please and thank you. Nicely done. A very wholesome, meticulous vote of thanks. Well, we may have set our sails a little behind schedule, but we have docked right on time. It's 10, 11, we are done. We just request you all to rise now for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगणमङ्गलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you. Please be seated. May I kindly request the dignitaries to descend from the dais and join us for the upcoming panel discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, an inspiring takeoff we had with the inaugural ceremony. Now we move on to the transition, not with the pause, just with the purpose. So stay connected. Up next coming is the panel discussion 1 right here in this hall, a conversation that promises challenging norms, sparks insight, and set the tone for the day ahead. Concurrently, our technical sessions will commence in the parallel hall here. So whether you are here or there, leadership is about to unfold. So stay with us because energy continues, the dialogue deepens, and the journey ahead is getting more and more exciting. I request the stage committee to get the stage ready for the panel discussion. Thank you for the photographers for doing the quick pics during the national anthem. Thank you. The photo
Its distinguished guests, and my very special panelists. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. And I today, on behalf of myself, as well as on behalf of all my panelists, would like to thank Amit University and Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation for inviting us here to be able to start the opening session for the panel discussions today on the occasion of the Amit Maritime Global Summit 2025. Thank you for having us here. Before we start the proceedings, I'd like to introduce my distinguished panelists who are going to give a lot of information and knowledge to you. So starting with Dr. Radhika Bakaria. She is an accomplished training and development specialist with a strong focus on maritime education, leadership, and research. With over 14 years of experience in learning and development, she has played a key role in advancing maritime training through innovative pedagogy, competency profiling, and blending learning strategies. As a writer and content specialist for Marex Media, she has contributed featured articles, interviews, and directed the maritime-focused show Anchored Together. Highlighting key industry insights and discussions, she is currently the CEO of Maritime Marex Today, Marex Media. Dr. Radhika, very happy to have you here on this panel discussion, and with your background, I'm sure it's going to add a lot of value. To my right, we've got Ambika Singh, who is the Senior Manager Marketing, Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, and she also holds the position of the Deputy General Manager, Corporate Communications and Training for Vadhavan Port Projects Limited. Ambika Singh is a science graduate with an MBA in marketing from Gujarat University and is a postgraduate diploma in personal management from Symbiosis, Pune. She has over 21 years of work experience, over 9 years of experience in media sales marketing profile, and she's currently in charge of marketing at JNPA. She has been felicitated for her outstanding performance at JNPA Annual Awards 2023 by the Honorable Union Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Sarbananda Sonowal ji. She has also received various other awards. Ambika, it's really a pleasure to have you here with us for this very relevant panel discussion. Thank you. On to my left, Aarti Narayanan. She is a BA BL honors. She also has a degree in maritime law, and she is the director of ABS Marine Services Limited. She's currently on the board of multiple organizations and is the vice chairman and fellow of the Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers Madras branch, vice president of Women's International Shipping and Trading Association, director of Mission Seafarers India Association, and is also the past district chairman of Inner Wheel District 323. She also has various awards to her credit, and it's really a pleasure, Aarti, to have you here on this panel discussion. Moving on to our youngest panelist, who is also an alumni of Amit, and which makes it very, very special to have Surekha Prem Anand with us today. She has 18 years of experience in end-to-end EXIM cargo management and is currently serving as the key client manager in the sales and commercial division at Maersk UAE. She brings operational insight and a consistent track record of driving strategic value for customers. Really a pleasure to have you, Surekha, with us. So without further ado, I think we move on to our panel discussion. So starting with my opening question, it's rather unusual to be here to discuss the importance of humanities and soft skills to be a part of the curriculum of cadet training for making more competent officers. An all-women's panel is generally what we see when we are dealing with a subject like DEI, or it is the International Women's Day, or the International Day for Women in Maritime, or something like that. So it's a unique panel, and for that I would like to thank Amit for giving this prestige and importance to all the women panelists. But before we start, I would just like to have your views on how it feels to be on an all-woman panel discussing such important subject as humanities and soft skills for the training. So we can just go around, starting with Radhika, we can just move on.
All right, so good morning everyone, and thank you for that question. It's a very unique question, but I also feel it's a very symbolic question. The reason we are talking of an all women panel here, and it's symbolic in itself because it has been perceived, or there has been insights which say that women are better at soft skills. So that's not me who is saying that. That's data, insights from various organizations that have said that women are more empathetic, they have leadership skills, they are adaptable, flexible. So in those terms, I feel really proud to be a woman, and also to be part of this particular panel where it speaks of the human element, because I think as women, definitely I don't say that men do not have those skills. That's really not what I mean. But yes, as a woman and in my personal insight, I've always seen that when we lead with more empathy, we lead with more balance. And so talking about soft skills and humanities here is something I feel today this panel is a symbolic panel.
Your views, Ambika.
Thank you, ma'am. So extremely happy to be part of this all-women panel and headed by Joshi ma'am. So adding to Radhika, yes, definitely those skills we have. But this is a very strong message which goes out today from the platform of EMET Global Maritime Summit 2025, that the share of women, the role of women in the Indian maritime sector is increasing. And we are here to stay, and we're extremely proud of that. Thank you.
Good morning, and my gratitude to the organizers for including me on this panel. Being on an all-women panel reminds us of how far we have come in making room for diverse voices. However, the notion that women are more inclined towards humanities and soft skills is a common stereotype, and probably that's why all of us are here to quash the same. I agree that girls are socialized to be empathetic, while boys are steered towards technical subjects. Therefore, I feel the onus is upon us to dismantle gendered expectations and create environments where everyone can cultivate technical and soft skills equally. I believe our presence here helps highlight that competence isn't defined by skill alone, but by the ability to lead responsibility, adapt under pressure, and work effectively with people. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be part of this all-women panel discussion today. I think this gives diverse perspectives and insights and highlights the contribution of women in the maritime sector today. It's fantastic to see women leading this discussion, and thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, dear panelists. I've just got an indication that we've just got about 15 minutes, so we'll be very fast, starting with Ambika. Ambika, how do you feel that cadet training today equips them to lead and communicate across multi-linguistic, multi-country crews? Because you know that shipping is global and they touch multiple ports. So do you think they are equipped, and if not, what can be done to help develop these skills during cadet training?
So the answer is yes and no. So many of the MTIs have started including soft skills as part of their curriculum, but it's a long way ahead. The majority have not yet found that these skills are important, which needs to be included in their curriculum for the cadets, so that once they are out on their own, they can handle themselves. And especially for the cadets, when they are dealing or they are in part of multicultural crews, they need to be extremely sure of themselves. They need to be extremely proud of themselves. They need to be extremely communicative, assertive of what they are saying. So here comes the role of these soft skills: the leadership, the team role, and the cultural nuances. Because when you are dealing with different countries, you need to be extremely sensitive and avoid cultural stereotypes. So these all skills are the skills which are, I would say, they are as good as life skills. So along with your safety skills, along with your technical part, this is what will guide them and take them forward. So MTIs need to understand that it's high time, and they have to make it part of their curriculum, and we need to ensure and make them realize, and it's like it's evident that these are the skills which in actual day-to-day life will take them forward.
Moving on to Aarti. Aarti, there is a maritime metaphor which says that a technically skilled officer may know how to steer the ship, but a truly competent one also knows how to navigate storms both on sea and among the crew. So from your experience, what soft skills have proven most critical in conflict resolution or in crisis situations? And do you consider these skills can reduce incidents related to human error, mental health breakdowns, or peer crew relationships on board?
Thank you, Mrs. Joshi, for that question. I believe that ships are run by people, and machines follow commands, and people follow leadership. Soft skills do play a critical role in handling conflict. Apart from IQ, we need EQ, emotional intelligence, which is the ability to recognize and manage one's own emotions and those of others. A high EQ individual reduces impulsive reactions, and it helps cadets respond rather than react. Active listening is important, as miscommunication is one of the leading causes of conflict. Empathy is a game changer, as empathetic officers are more likely to de-escalate situations and boost crew morale. Stress management techniques equip cadets to handle high-pressure situations. They become resilient, recovering quickly from setbacks. Clear and calm communication is vital. Cultural awareness is important. Officers with cultural sensitivity are more likely to prevent clashes through respective management and inclusive leadership. Finally, I think conflict management and negotiation skills will go a long way in mediating disagreements between the crew, the show staff, the authorities without taking sides. Knowing when to step in and how to find a mutually acceptable situation prevents escalation and preserves authority. Thank you.
Thank you, Aarti, for giving that very detailed response. Surekha, since we are talking about soft skills and saying that's important, integrating it into a curriculum is rather difficult. Do you consider that soft skills like team building, DEI, problem solving, decision making, and communication, etc., need to be taught to cadets? And is it to be taught during their training? And how important is empathy and assertiveness for developing competent officers?
Okay, I think it's important to train the cadets in these skills, which is very crucial. Skills like communication will help them to understand and receive orders and express themselves very clearly in times of crisis. Skills like DEI will actually promote understanding and respect crew members' diversified background, which is very common in maritime sector. This will foster a positive environment on board. This will reduce the conflicts, make them work together as a team, and it will be a good, and it will also make them work effectively. Problem solving and decision making skills will be helpful for critical thinking to handle crisis situations at sea, where the complex situations can be handled very well. This will all result in a good teamwork and reduce conflicts. On empathy and assertiveness, it's important because it will help and make them understand each other, work together as a team, and manage conflicts, and it will be making the work more effective.
Thank you, Surekha. Over to you, Radhika. So, the panelists have brought out that soft skills is something which is very important. Now, humanities is a very vast subject. How much emphasis do you think is currently placed on humanities in the cadet level, soft skills as well? And do you consider that both humanities and soft skills need to be included in the curriculum? If yes, then what are the subjects that you think should be part of the curriculum? And what should be the mode and mechanism of imparting this knowledge to the cadets?
Okay, so looking at the questions posed here, I see 4 different concerns that have been put out very clearly. The first concern is there enough that's been done to develop soft skills in MTIs? I've been working with MTIs for the last 5 years, and my honest take is it's been done, but not enough. Okay, and one of the reasons why I see it's not been integrated or given that much importance is the problem with the word soft skill. So as soon as you say soft skill, people think it is something which is secondary and not necessary. So I think if we reframe it to something like people skills, we reframe it to something like power skills, maybe MTIs and other institutions would be more serious about taking it up. So yes, there is a beginning. I see a change. A lot is being done in the area of leadership, management, the HEM courses there. STCW is actually listing down for the first time certain skills that are needed for out of the human element. So I see that there is a change happening, but the change has to go a long way. And can they be taught? Yes, if you look at them as power skills and people skills, every skill can be taught. The way is how we do it, all right? So power skills or people skills are essentially concerned with people or human interaction. So if you're going to teach them in a classroom, they are going to be ineffective. So you cannot teach leadership in a classroom. You cannot teach conflict resolution in a classroom, okay? So a different approach to teaching these skills would make a lot of difference. So when we talk of how to do it differently so that people take it seriously and the learning is longer and better. So there are a lot of interactive ways through which MTIs need to now look at. There is interactive pedagogy which speaks of case study, which speaks of research-based scenarios to be given, which speaks of simulation. So these are all the different ways through which even soft skills, and I'm not going to use that word again now, people skills are definitely, they can be incorporated, and they can be incorporated very wonderfully. And trust me, once these skills are given to seafarers, because I've been training with cadets for a long time, I see a sea of change in their behavior. Their entire personality shift from being docile to fearsome to always fearing. They change their personality to being more convincing, they are more balanced, and they are more of themselves. They start loving themselves after you equip them with those skills. So definitely a necessity.
One more point, Radhika.
I missed out on something.
What particular subjects in humanities do you think should be added to the curriculum?
Yeah. So talking about humanities, it covers various subjects. You know, it has psychology, it has sociology, it has culture, it has international law, etc. Now, teaching only humanities to MTI may become a difficult proposition because I know everybody has to finish their syllabus. And, you know, there is a mandate, there are fixed working hours. So to introduce it differently, the take could be, or the way could be, introducing humanities as an elective. So let them take it up as an elective. So under psychology also, you don't have to teach them hardcore psychology. You have to teach them psychology related to maritime. So like you have educational psychology, you have maritime psychology. So it can be a very small and condensed module, but at least gives them some hands-on experience to deal with situations. One way could be, so I spoke of elective, and soft skills I feel should be mandatory, or power skills or people skills.
I'll just interrupt you here. So just to supplement what Radhika has said, I think economics and environmental studies along with psychology should also be a part of the curriculum. I
Yes,
think that
definitely.
is being missed out. The organizers have told me it's just 5 minutes. So very quickly we will do a rapid round. So we'll move in the same direction so that, the circle goes around. I don't need to, I'll save up on the time. So should humanities, this is presuming that now we've said that humanities need to be part of the curriculum, soft skills is also to be part of the curriculum. So should humanities and soft skills be, this is a rapid round, just a yes or a no, very quick. Should humanities and soft skills be optional, elective, or mandatory in cadet training? Quick.
Mandatory.
It has to be mandatory.
Elective.
Mandatory.
All right, so mandatory wins on that round. My next rapid round, should humanities and soft skills be evaluative or non-evaluative?
Since it is mandatory, it has to be evaluative. Otherwise, there's no use of doing it.
Evaluative. Then only the seriousness will come.
I guess I'm the devil in the way. Non-evaluative.
Evaluative, ma'am.
All right, so again, it needs to be mandatory and it needs to be evaluative. Now to just wrap up my closing remarks, to assist Amit University to draw up a white paper. So I'm going to cut out all my other remarks. I'm just going to straight away come to the key takeaways from our discussions. We've said that the role of humanities in fostering critical thinking and ethical decision making is important, and it needs to be mandatory as well as evaluative. The importance of soft skills in leadership, communication, and team cohesion is also important, and this need not be a classroom curriculum. It can be taught in different other role play or some other mechanisms. Strategies for effectively incorporating these elements into existing training frameworks, both at pre-C and post-C, will be required, for which Amit University will need to take the necessary way forward. We also considered that, considering that these courses will need to be mandatory and evaluative, there would need to be a change which the MTIs would themselves have to take up and suggest to both the regulator and the legislative authorities to bring about a change in the curriculum. Thank you, my dear panelists, and I hope I've been able to maintain the time.
Absolutely, madam. Powerful pact. You just within 15 minutes, you got the best out of it. One round of applause for all of them. Undoubtedly, steel ships need soft hearts. It is empathy that keeps crew afloat. And also communication, it's very vital, soft skills. It's not that what you say, but how you say also matters. At Amit, we are consciously lacing this part as a part of our curriculum. And there is an evolutionary change in them. We also see that with respect to psychology and communication. So with that, our panel 1 drops. We come to the felicitation of the panelists now. May I request Mr. Jayaprakash sir, Special Officer, IQSC Coordinator, Amit University, to come up stage to felicitate the guests, panelists. Request Mr. Jayaprakash to felicitate Ms. Harjit Kaur Joshi, ma'am, ex-CMD SAI. Dr. Radhika Vakharia, CEO Maritime Marex today. Ms. Ambika Singh, Senior Manager, Marketing, Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, Mumbai. Ms. Aarti Narayanan, Director, ABS Marine Services Limited. And Ms. Sureka Premanand, Accounts Manager, Maersk Canoe Emirates LLC. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the moderator and the panelists for nicely wrapping it up and coming out with the best takeaways of that panel. Thank you so much. So with the end of that panel discussion 1, we are dropping anchor. Yeah, please. We'll just one for the photo. May I request the panelists to be... If we have a round of applause as the photo sessions is being taken. Once again, thank you moderator and panelists. Needless to say, we got some essential takeaways from that session. So as I said, we are dropping anchor, leaving us in deeper insights. So just it's time to refuel ourselves. Grab your cup, catch your breath, and come back on time. Please let's break for the tea and let's be here back at 11:45. Thank you. For the dignitaries, our team will let you guide to the refreshments area. Before we start our engines, I'd like to take a quick head counts. Confirm Captain Danny is on board. So Devesh is on board. Thank you, sir. Cheers. Captain Gurdeep. Thank you. And Mr. Bimal Rajshekhar. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Just double up and get the cadets in, please. Yeah. Yeah. Right, ladies and gentlemen, the tea is done, minds refreshed, and it's time to dive back into the deep waters. We now set course for panel discussion 2, one that brings spotlight to a subject of urgent relevance. Legal recourses for harassment at sea, a case study. I hope all of you heard cadets back. The topic is legal recourse for harassment at sea, a case study. Something as a cadet you all need to be aware. This is more than just a discussion. It's necessary dialogue that navigates the intersection of law, leadership, and accountability at sea. To helm this session, we have with us Ms. S. Priya, distinguished advocate from Venky's Law, Mumbai, known for her sharp legal acumen and deep understanding of maritime jurisprudence. Joining with her on this legal voyage are our esteemed panelist, Mr. Devesh Gautam. We welcome you, sir. I request the moderator, Ms. Priya, to come up on stage. Mr. Devesh Gautam, can we have a round of applause now? The tea is done now. You should be fully refueled. Captain Gurdeep Singh Johal, Mr. Bimal Rajshekhar, and our own Captain Danny Johar. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats, fasten your intellectual seat belts, and give them a round of applause as we begin this crucial session that speaks to justice, dignity, and reforms. Thank you, panelists and moderator, for coming up on stage. Please be seated, sir. A formidable voice in maritime and shipping law. A veteran legal counsel with over 25 years of experience. Trusted advisor on ship sales, contracts, and seafarer disputes. A seasoned litigator across all levels from tribunals to the Supreme Court. And a sharp legal mind shaping the future of maritime justice. Please welcome Ms. S. Priya, our moderator for panel discussion 2. With a good round of applause. We are pleased to have your presence, madam. Over to you now. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So, thank you, Amet University. Thank you, founder Dr. J. Ramchandran, Mr. Anand Tripathi, and the organizing committee for flagging a very sensitive but also a very important topic of discussion, not just in terms of discussing this topic, but to also take it forward to see if there can be more legislative changes and improvements in the subject. We are here to discuss about harassment in a workplace, but more particularly harassment on board ships, on a foreign flag vessel, possibly a flag of convenience vessel in international waters, and this could turn to be a potential nightmare to some. And we are here to dispel that myth and tell you that there are enough safeguards in place today and more safeguards that can come in future to actually make it more comfortable for everyone. Today we are here to discuss issues of only one section of harassment, which is sexual harassment, sexual assault, etc., and what is being done in terms of company practices and how does the law come into place here? How does the law support the systems that the company has put into place? And joining me on the discussion is Mr. Devesh Gautam. Devesh, welcome. Devesh is the director training at the OSM Thom Group, and he began his journey as a marine engineering graduate from Glasgow, followed by 17 years of sailing on various merchant ships, including a decade as a chief engineer. To complement his practical experience, Devesh has also pursued an MBA in strategy and leadership from Liverpool, which allows him to address complex challenges in the dynamic business environment. Outside the boardroom and the training room, Devesh is also a passionate cyclist, a fitness advocate driven by a spiritual philosophy which anchors his leadership in purpose, mindfulness, and service. Devesh, welcome. We are also joined by Captain Gurdeep Johal. Welcome, Gurdeep. Captain Johal embarked on this remarkable journey in the maritime industry when he took his first voyage as a cadet, quite like many of you sitting in the audience today, with the Great Eastern Company in 1990. Since 1994, he's been associated with the Eastern Pacific Shipping as a third officer, and since then he's been the cornerstone of the organization, rising steadily through the ranks. After 22 years at sea, including 14 commands of large oil tankers, Captain Johal came ashore taking the role of port captain, and today he heads EPS India, where he leads with strategic insight, operational excellence, and a deep sense of purpose. And it's that insight which is also going to take us towards today's discussion as to how he has brought about change within the company so far as the issue of harassment on ship goes. I am joined by a fellow lawyer, Bimal Rajshekar, who's been practicing in the Bombay High Court since 2009, focusing on commercial law, admiralty law, international trade law, arbitration, both international as well as domestic. Bimal has represented several parties, both foreign and Indian, in sale contract disputes before Supreme Court, all the high courts, as well as in Indian and Singapore arbitrations. Welcome, Bimal. And of course, we are now joined by Captain Danny Johar, an AMET alumni, as he's. I must add here, I missed saying that Devesh is also an AMET alumni. Captain Danny Johar is a licensed master mariner and a senior maritime professional with over 20 years at Maersk. He now serves as a cadet training manager for Maersk India, where he leads the strategic operations of the Maersk Center for Excellence, a dedicated cultural and technical training hub for cadets across the Indian subcontinent. Danny was a key global facilitator for Maersk's flagship culture transformation program, Leading as One, and he's trained over 1,000 top 4 officers, superintendents, senior shore leaders with over 13 nationalities, consistently delivering high-impact experiences with a track record that includes 5 NPS 100 scores. Welcome, Danny. Now that we've got the introductions out of the way, we shall dive straight into the program. Today's topic is about how does one deal with assault on board ships, how does companies support the victims dealing with this whole episode, and where does the law come into it? I see a lot of cadets on board, and to make it more interesting, can all of you tell, or how many of you have experienced any harassment on board any ship that you all have sailed on till date? Oh, they have not sailed at all. Oh, they're still in college. My apologies. I didn't realize that they have not sailed at all. Okay. Yeah. I guess, as Devesh just pointed out, there is always some element of harassment. College life also brings you that. But I think we're going to take that. I mean, if you could just participate and tell us if you have experienced it, and that will then make it an interactive session for all of us. I can't see any hands raised, so I guess we will have to go forward with the discussion. All right. So first, when there is an incident of harassment, how does a company first react to it? So I'm going to start with you, Devesh, first, and then go to Captain Joel. Since you head the organization and also head the training program, when today there is an episode of any form of harassment, and in particular since our topic revolves around sexual assault or harassment, if such an incident is reported to you, what are the first steps that you would recommend as an onshore person to the master or the key person on board the ship at that relevant point in time to secure the person?
Okay. So if any incident happens on board, so first of all, it must be reported. It can be to the head of the department, master, chief engineer. In case where you feel that these are the top people who were involved in the incident and you are not comfortable, and especially considering the female seafarer, as a company we do have a female support wing on the shore, so you can directly contact them, or you can contact your DPA wherever you feel comfortable. So first thing is a reporting, which is very important. Based on the reporting now, the office will appoint a team to do an onboard investigation. So onboard investigation, like any incident happens, so it is very important to collect the evidence, witness, all these things should be secured. Maintain the confidentiality, because that is again important in this particular case. So this detail should not be revealed to the all. So these are the first thing I will say that needs to be started with.
Okay, thank you, Devesh. So coming to you, Gurdeep, again, your experience, since you head your organization and you're particularly familiar with this, today there is a female cadet or a female officer on board a ship, which is who comes and makes a reporting in the ordinary course. Taking from where Devesh left off, a reporting has already been made to the company. What would be the company's next steps? What is the advice that you're going to give along with the formation of the core team that he then spoke about?
Thank you, Priya, and good day all. There would be definitely a committee formed if the harassment is of a very, it's sexual harassment. We would activate a ERM. We may have a team who would look into it. Apart from, very important would be to secure the safety of the person on board. Would that mean diverting a vessel? Would that mean come to the first port? Would that mean isolation on board? Also important would be to safeguard the evidence. It could be putting barriers on place, taking witness statements as what is told about right now. Also it could mean that we would report this to a port state where we could take help of external authorities who are proficient and competent to carry out a detailed investigation. Initially would be the ship staff, if and it could be done with confidentiality to start with, so that the person who is harassed doesn't come up and it sort of has an issue with her safety on board. So based on all this, we would take a decision what next to be done. We would definitely involve the flag state, and if the seafarer is Indian, we would involve DG to some extent, yes. We'll report to them as well. Yes.
All right. So, Bimal, I'm going to come to you because everyone's speaking about evidence gathering, but hold the thought. Before I get you in, I will like to have Danny come in with his perspective that as a company, as a training institute, what are the safeguards that you all have put into place to try and prevent the occurring of such events, to keep a safe environment for cadets, female and male, on board the ship?
Thank you, Priya. And I'm very happy that you also mentioned it is about cadet female and male, because harassment usually everybody has the picture that it is only females get harassed, because majority of the industry for the longest period is with male. So I'm very happy. I think I can also see from there. I'm getting a big boy support, I guess, guys. So stating that, but doesn't mean that women also not. So there is also problem. True. So to answer that question, first thing I will say is the campus. Let's start from there, because that's the first step we have taken, where we have a campus right now where we have almost close to more than 100 women seafarers. So what we have done there is, again, gender equality, and then we have same policy. What the company follows in all our vessels, it applies same there. So we, in collaboration with AMED, we already made policies together reflecting what we have in the company, following the same. So strict policy on zero tolerance on drug and alcohol, and harassment and bullying, and disciplinary measures, what is the termination, what kind of suspensions, everything is in collaboration with us is being taken. So that's the first step where we have done from the campus. And then when they get on board the vessel, so now first thing for women, they go join in buddy system. So they're not alone. They have 2 people joining together. So that's one step. And then also we're making them aware. I think that a lot of things, the problem is because of the awareness is missing. What is harassment? Nobody knows. So that is where we started as a core project, where we wanted to have the company itself to understand it first, also transform towards our seafarers and everyone. So we have training programs. So one of our major training program, we started from the top. So the top 4. So they are the leading drive force of an environment on board where they can thrive. So it's like, I was discussing with my boss who's sitting there, and then he said, when you learn German, and if you don't have an environment to practice German, how are you going to work on it? So that's also another step towards the same thing. We talk about discrimination, harassment and everything, but then imagine if you don't have a diverse environment to practice those learnings, what's the use? So what are we doing is we also increasing our diversity. That's a major key goal in our cultural transformation, have more diversity in the company. So that helps us to thrive, whatever learnings, whatever trainings we have to incorporate. That's another next step we have done. And one of our major training program is Leading as One, where I was personally facilitating that program for the last 2 years for our top 4, where we are training our leaders to be inclusive, keeping that in mind, develop a psychological safety. We are more focused on physical safety, but now we are, as a company, putting in very strong force on psychological safety. I think today's talk also in the beginning, we heard Chief Guest saying a lot of suicide or whatever happening there on board is also something related. So we are having training programs. We have how we prevent all of these things happening. And the one key factor which we keep focusing is continuous progress. It's not just one time. Okay, we have done, everybody's done this training, done. Not like that. So we keep on retouching it. We keep on having our officer seminar, so many other things where we keep talking about it and then keep this force of driving this environment continuous. So these are some measures which we have in place.
Thank you, Danny. That's actually very heartening to hear that it is recognized that training should be given, as well as they should be able to actually put it into play in an actual work-life scenario. Because unless you do that, like you said, and like your boss said, you're not going to be ever able to practice German if you're not going to be around Germans or around that situation. And some of the measures that you have put into place, the education, awareness, goes a long way into that. Possibly one thing that I could, and I don't know if it's there in your program, is also inculcate the law or the legal aspects to all of this and the legal implications thereof. So with that segue, I'm going to get Bimal in, who is going to possibly educate us on what is the current legal scenario when there is an incident of this nature on an FOC ship or a foreign flag ship in international waters, when we are dealing with multi-jurisdictional issue. It's a complex issue, and that's what most people are feared of. But in reality, it's not so complex, and it can be navigated. So I leave it to you.
Thanks, Priya. So it's a tricky question, like Priya indicated, but the answer is not that complex, because there are 4 potential courts or countries that are involved in a situation when a case of sexual assault or harassment happens on a flag of convenience vessel on the high seas. country number 1 is obviously the flag state. Country number 2 is the first port of call after the incident. Country number 3 is the country of the victim, and country number 4 is the country of the perpetrator. So which of these is the correct country which will have jurisdiction over this incident? So as per the UN Convention on Law of the Sea, it is the flag state which will have exclusive jurisdiction over any incident that happens on a vessel registered with that state on the high seas. Different considerations may apply if it is within any particular countries, because that country can then assume jurisdiction. But the question is high seas, and I'm dealing with that. And the reason is this: a ship registered in a country is deemed to be an extension of that country, of the territory of that country. For example, even in the Indian Penal Code, or the BNS as it's now called, there is a specific provision in section 1 itself which says that this code applies to crimes committed on ships or aircraft registered in India wherever she may be situate. Similar provisions exist in almost all countries, respective penal codes. So primary jurisdiction is with the flag state. Now there's something called secondary jurisdiction, which can be the state of the perpetrator. To take by way of example, the same section 1 of IPC also says that the IPC extends to all citizens of the country wherever they may be situated. So technically a crime committed by an Indian abroad can be prosecuted in India. Now the state of the victim can be an interested state but does not have any vested right to prosecute that particular perpetrator. And the fourth country that I mentioned was the first port of call. Unless it's some crime against humanity like piracy, etc., which that state will take jurisdiction by virtue of universal jurisdiction, that state normally doesn't have jurisdiction. So then coming to the answer, Priya, the primary jurisdiction is with the flag state. So now we need to discuss how the company and everyone can join together to facilitate prosecution in that flag state, because a lot of the time the flag states are flags of convenience. Prosecution may not necessarily be easy, especially for an individual to do that.
That's correct.
So the company must be an active participant, the victim's country must be an active participant, and everything should be done to facilitate the prosecution there. And with that, now I think everyone can join in, because what is the company going to do to facilitate that?
Yes. But before you, let's also touch on the evidence collection that Gurdeep started on, which we were to get your points of view on that.
Correct. So I believe as part of any major company's standard operating procedure, there will be an evidence collection procedure, no matter what the incident. Statements will be taken from all the crew involved or witness who witnessed that particular incident. There may be other modes of evidence collection specific to the nature of the incident. And those are all important steps which will ultimately help in the prosecution. So if it's done in a proper manner, those will all be evidence against the perpetrator, which can be used in courts of the flag state country. And the first step, I believe, will be to report to the flag state country, right?
Yeah.
So then the ship can possibly be taken to the flag state country with that particular perpetrator being on board, not being allowed to disembark. And thereafter, the next step can be planned in conjunction with the flag state country and the victim's country.
Right.
So I think the company will have a very active role to play in that.
Right. So we hear you on this, and I'm going to come to Gurdeep now. Taking off from where Bimal said, it is ultimately a company's responsibility to take the first step effectively in this matter. And he also made a point about taking the vessel to the flag state. Now, we are all aware that vessels are trading all across the globe, and the flag state need not necessarily be on the vessel's voyage path, and may not be practical also to take it there, which is where you have the vessel's safety management system, you have the IMO's ISM code which comes into play. So if you could just elaborate on that and tell us what would be the first steps that your company in this case would take. And after you, I'll go to Devesh on that.
As the crime has is done at high seas, so once we tell the flag state, they would tell us exactly, ask us the location of the vessel, the details about what has happened. They will further guide us what next to be done. So hypothetically, let's say the ship is in Europe, it won't be very difficult to deviate a vessel and go to a port of refuge, or let's say go to a port which is most convenient to at least disembark the person there. Whether we need flag state has a deal with them, they can want to investigate there, could be possible. But it is the flag state who will tell us what to do further. And as a company point of view, prime importance is always the safety of the person on board. So if we feel that is an issue, we'll do everything to take her to a place where we can secure that. Yeah.
Right. Thank you. So, Devesh, coming to you now, as Gurdeep just said, that it's going to be a company policy. Company is going to be guided by a flag, assuming that the vessel is a flag of convenience. By its very nature, one assumes that the flag state may or may not give appropriate support in the manner. In such case, the company does have its fallback on the vessel's safety management system. It has its policies set in place. So maybe could you just tell us something about that, and how would your company take it forward in such a case?
Okay, so as mentioned, the case is on the high sea. So we'll be doing an internal investigation first, like I guided by our HSEQ department. There will be auditors who will be guiding the onboard committee. And once again, the nature of the incident, level 1, level 2, level 3, how serious it is, maybe the vessel being diverted to the nearest port. And then based on that, maybe an external agency will be appointed for investigation and all this, because it should be a fair chance given to the both sides. It's a complaint and this needs to be investigated. So it's a fair chance. Based on those reports, then the action will be taken. And definitely we do have our legal team also. So same like you people, they will be involved into that. So they will be then guiding if, let's say it's a serious level of incident that has happened and then we want to go legal. So company will be supporting in that case. We have a code of conduct, and of course then person will be dismissed from the company. If a legal lawsuit is required, company will be supporting a victim. It's not like because they are a contractual, then they just leave it like that. So we'll be supporting throughout the victim.
So putting the question to the two of you before I come to Danny, if you can just go as a step by step so that people are a little bit more clear. Today there's an incident and a gender agnostic person is calling up either of the companies and reporting this crime. So the reporting normally would take place via a company secure line to the shore person, assuming that they are not comfortable confiding in the buddy or confiding in the senior officers on the vessel. So this comes to you. Can you then just take a bit of time to explain on the hierarchy? So there is a welfare officer or there's a welfare team in place. How does one go about, and then how is a team formed on board? So what you need of the hour, more than the shore team, is the need of the hour is to have a team on board who's able to take steps and secure, make the person, the victim, though I don't want to use the word victim, make that person comfortable till such time that further steps can be taken in the matter. So if you could just take a little bit of time to explain that step-by-step process. First Gurdeep and then Devesh.
Yeah, thank you, Priya, once again. So this starts the time when the person joins on board. It has to be very proactive. What Danny said, that it's not something we prepare it that day. It has to be prepared the time the person joins you. We need to tell her, him, both now, definitely, what to be done in such cases. There is an informal way, there is a formal way, and there is a whistleblowing way. So that has been explained. So most of the companies probably have the same sort of structure, whereby there will be a, if the person is comfortable to talk to the captain, yes, can do that. The person is comfortable to talk to the welfare officer, I think so that works quite well. I have come across a few cases whereby we got alerted through a welfare officer who took the case up to the management. This welfare officer is generally a female, so very easy to talk to them. We try to make a group of buddy system is yes on board, we do that. At the same time, there is a group of girls who we put, So they can talk to each other on that WhatsApp group and, privately share their concerns. They will be comfortable to talk to them again. But all this doesn't work, let's say. There is something called as a whistleblowing policy where everybody knows where to scan a code. It is being put in their cabin, in the alleyway of a ship. All they have to do is take a mobile phone, internet is available, and they scan the code and report their concern, which straight away goes to a legal person in our company, a welfare officer, then to a legal counsel, to the CEO. It goes to that level straight. And based on what report has come out, will be a team formed. I'll let him talk further.
All right. So now moving to you, if you could just explain about the formation of the team and then how it goes forward on the ship. And if required, and if it is in practice, is there any kind of psychiatric counseling that's offered to the person while they are on ship or once they are off the ship? Either way.
Yeah, so once the reporting is done, committee has been formed. Like you said, yes, there is counseling services there. We have our own medical clinic with psychiatrists and all. They do support, but in case any company does not have, you can still take the support of ISWAN. So many other bodies are there who will be supporting all these things 24/7. And all these things will be documented again in the logbooks to have a record, because this is the legal document can be presented. Any other support, if the officer, the victim, again, I will just use the word, feel that required or not very in a good state of mind. So like, they will be barred from the work and all, they will be given those protection, especially from the person, they are afraid or the people are there. Required again, if we feel the need, there is a divert the vessel to, because the safety of that person, not only physical, but mental safety, psychological safety, like just we talked about, very important. So maybe required for a sign-off or something like that. So company will support, but during those times, of course, an office team or external agency teams, they will be also coming to investigate the matter. And again, it's a fair to the both sides, so there will be an investigation happening.
So the investigation that the company will do is more of an independent investigation. You'll have an external auditor or an investigator join on the ship?
Both internal and external team will be involved.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's not only like internal will do, and if like initially it will be started with internal because it's a high sea case. So they will start, they will hand over those reports to the third party when they are coming. They will be sharing that with them.
So moving the topic to you, Danny, because you come before all of this has happened. You possibly at the, the first step of the ladder. While you did tell us that the cadets are trained for all of this, there is a gender sensitization, there is a general perception by way of courses that's given to them. Can you just elaborate a little bit more on what is it that is actually done to make them comfortable? Because the minute you use the word, following what I said on the gender agnostic incident, the applause was rousing. So obviously there is a certain amount of awareness, but there's also a certain amount of knowledge that is there, feedback that is there. How would you then deal with that, respond to that as part of the training?
Yeah, to answer that, Priya, first thing is I think because they're also having a lot of stories. Even though they have not stepped on board a ship, they already have a lot of stories in their mind, because obviously that's seafaring, and that's, I think, life in general. Everybody shares information and adds their own past experiences. So I think there is already a little bit of fear. I think that's also the reason they all kind of maybe cheered together with that one, and then boys fell left out or things like that. So to start that one, what we do in the training is something very, very essential. Is two things we make sure they understand. For the psychological safety and physical safety, we teach them stop work authority. Stop work authority. So we have it something in our training style. We say for physical safety, every company now have this stop work authority. Anybody can say stop to whichever rank, no matter the hierarchy. The same way when it comes to psychological safety also. Anything which is coming close to harassment, starting stage, as you said, the starting stage, you can actually say stop. It's either happening to you or to them. A simple term we teach them is to make it very polite is timeout. We show that symbol actually, timeout. So that's a timeout. Imagine when I see somebody, when I'm walking around and then he's saying a racistic joke. That's how it starts, right? It always starts with small things. A harasser devil doesn't go straight away, go on attack. It always starts with a small thing. Small jokes, small comments, biased statements, prejudice. Those things are the initial stage. But what happens because of the fear of hierarchy, they just keep quiet. But now we as a company, we promote saying speak up culture. So we teach that. So what we do in the training is we have a program for the cadets called the Cadet Culture Program. We teach them safety, all the things for physical stuff, but when it comes to psychological, we have a special program which is a one-day program and it is divided in years. It's modules. Module 1, first year. Module 2, second year. Module 3, third year. So we go like that. And then for the final year BE boys or girls, then we have another, fast track. Even our ETO cadets, we just recently also, they are only in the campus for 4 months. But then now we also want to start actually day after tomorrow, their online version of getting a fast track training. So where we very much strongly recommend them, make them understand first of all what is awkward, what is respect, what is harassment. Because that is also a current problem. What we face is, now since this is a buzzing word around harassment everywhere, you just say, why you did like this? Oh, the senior officer is harassing me. So that awareness is where we start. That's the first step. And then we teach them, we put them into scenarios. So we give them scenario, make them read it, group discussion, make them get the different perspectives. So like that person will say, oh, this one is just like a disrespect situation. The other person say, no, this is harassment. So that is where we get them to speak among themselves, get the different perspectives and then find to a conclusion saying, what is this? Identify it first. And then what is the company is there to protect? How is the safeguards in place? So this is where we are starting. So I think that is the first step that these students here, they will get this training before they step on any vessel, so that this breaks that bias already which is created by just hearing from stories, Instagram, all the social media things. So that is where we take that step. So the first way. Yeah.
That's a fantastic initiative, and I'm glad you were able to give the entire spectrum of what they go through, because it also allows us as lawyers, both Bimal and me, to understand that they come from a certain background. All of us carry a certain amount of bias, subconscious or otherwise, and how do we deal with them? How are they dealing with it, particularly when they then go on board ships, and how it's going to impact their careers going forward. So coming...
May I add to this,
yes,
to
please.
Danny what said. So like very well said, it all starts in the beginning, but as a company from last 2 years, what we have started, we normally have a conferences, but we started with a female seafarer conference also. The idea is to give them a platform where we actually ask them their opinion, how are our policies as a company, where they feel changes are required, or what more support they feel that is required. So for last 2 years, we are gathering that, and the data is being collected, and accordingly, we are again, upgrading our policies and everything, guidelines over there.
Right. Yeah, that's important, right? Because ultimately, if the policy is going to affect them, we should have a feedback from them as to what they think about the policy, or what is it that they think is missing in the policy which can be added on to make them more comfortable when they are in a vulnerable position.
And mostly all these are our MDs levels, and everyone is the female are on the panel. Being a training head, I was the only guy and one other crewing head, so only 2 male were there. Otherwise, it's all female seafarers conference.
Yes, that's interesting, but it's a good initiative that's being taken. So, turning back to you, Bimal, law plays a very big role in giving support to all the companies, whether it is in their training program or, for that matter, a subsequent investigation. I know you've touched upon the jurisdictional aspect of it, but assume for a moment that there is an Indian seafarer on board, and the Indian seafarer wants to report a crime against a foreign national which has occurred on board a ship. What would your advice be to that Indian seafarer? Right. What should they do in such circumstances? What is possible today? And maybe we can have a way forward going forward in future.
Right. So Danny's spoken about the pre-ship stage of it, conditioning the cadets, etc. Gurdeep and Devesh have spoken about what happens to contain the immediate fallout of the incident. And the third and the final stage will be how will you enforce your legal rights. So as I said, the flag state is the place where you will have to go to enforce your legal rights. But it may not always be very practical for a cadet, for an Indian cadet to go, for example, to Liberia to enforce their right and to prosecute the proceedings against the perpetrator, which is where the company will still have to come in. The company will have to assist in registering that particular crime against the perpetrator. And once the crime is registered, the onus is on the state, because it's a crime against the state after that. The onus is on the flag state to take it further. Now, unfortunately, certain flags of convenience may not prosecute that particular crime with the same diligence that it deserves. So what do we do then? Do we allow that perpetrator to return to his home country where he may then be untraceable? So potentially the company can assist the cadet in initiating proceedings in the flag state saying, look, this crime is of severity level so and so. It deserves to be investigated. This particular perpetrator does not deserve to go back. And obviously it will be a factual situation, right? Some crimes may just be, like you said, someone may view it as just not harassment. So not every crime may deserve this level of involvement, but if the crime is serious enough in the eyes of the company should definitely facilitate the proceedings to ensure that the perpetrator does not escape the arms of justice. And in addition to that, and this is something that we've been discussing, what can the country of that particular person do who has suffered this incident? Diplomatically, they can reach out. For example, in India, DG shipping can be a way to reach the higher echelons of government, and on a government-to-government basis, they can sort of say, look, this crime was there against my citizen. You should treat it seriously. You should not let it go unprosecuted. So please take it seriously. Please ensure that this criminal is brought to justice. And that, I don't think there is a standard operating procedure at that level yet. So that is something we can possibly consider. But ultimately, it all boils down to enforcement. You can have 10 laws in your favor, but if there's no way to enforce that law properly, those laws are pointless. So enforcement is where the company and the country of the victim will come into play.
Yes, that's correct. So while I hear you about the criminal prosecution, I personally believe that while criminal prosecution on its own accord will proceed, a more deterrent value would also be the impact on the person's COC. That is something that is in the control of the authority which issues the document. Every person who's been given a certificate of competency is also given not just on the basis of the skill sets that they have learned, but their ability to execute the skill set in a certain atmosphere, in a certain environment on the ship. Assault on another person, of whichever nature it is, goes to the root of that character of the person, and if that is the case, should not there be something that should be considered which can also have an impact on the certificate of competency? The STCW code has its own rules, has its own provisions which relate to the circumstances in which a certificate of competency can be cancelled, suspended, revoked, etc. Is this something that we can consider as a country level, carrying it up towards the IMO and asking that, this should be considered across nations, so that in reality, if we are unable to proceed with a criminal prosecution, which it should, but for reasons, various reasons, including the flag that it could be a flag of convenience country, if we are unable to proceed with that, we can at least go back to the country which issued the COC of the perpetrator and ask them, give them the facts. Obviously, there is there would be a multi-jurisdictional investigation under the code of investigation code, casualty investigation code. With that report, is this something that you could go forward to that country and present it to them and tell them, is this something that you all can consider? And if yes, can we then take it forward in the form of a legislation?
Absolutely. I think that's a great idea to sort of take it out of the legal system's grasp and do it at a more practical level. The company will conduct its own internal investigation. That will come, there will be a conclusion after that. Then under the CIC, there will be an investigation. And if all of them are positive, then potentially the country of the perpetrator can be informed, look, this person has been found guilty of this crime at these levels. So this person doesn't deserve to have his COC continued, please revoke that. And obviously the country of the person who suffered that incident can also weigh in, so that there is more force to that particular representation. So it is a very practical step.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree.
Thank you. So taking, yeah, I'm coming to you.
Oh, okay.
I am coming to you because I expect you to weigh in on that. But what I also wanted to ask you is, you are now in charge of training. You're training all of them, and multi-jurisdictional training happens in your organization. Is this something that you see as practical? But please answer what you wanted to do and then answer the question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, the first thing what I want to add also is like the investigation part, like where company will definitely do. I think also we need to also involve DG Shipping also, because they also have an online portal where they can actually any harassment or anything. So they are also having a very strong hand in being the COC for most of the seafarers. And I think they also have a lot more power. So there is also a provision from DG Shipping where we can also take that in use, where companies can help the candidate, the person who's in trouble, to assist them to get this and put more force, where the companies can do that one. That is one thing which I wanted to add. And asking about your question, like, can you repeat it again? Like how do you, yeah.
You deal with a multi-jurisdictional training, as in you're training in India, but Maersk also trains across various other countries. And you have people of various nationalities coming on board. Now we are talking about going to the root of their certification, which is the COC, and their ability to serve on future vessels if they are, if they are considered to be a perpetrator of a crime and their COC is withdrawn. Do you see this as a practical measure?
But I think, yes, I see it. I think it should be. If that person is already found guilty, and then definitely from the company side, there will be action. Like they will be terminated, definitely. First thing I think in our company, first thing they will take them off the ship. Investigation will continue, but I think they will be taken off because there is an allegation and there is some already, the environment already will be disturbed. Because even that person is not found guilty later, that's a secondary issue, but definitely there will be an environment disturbance there. So they will be taken off the vessel. And then if they found guilty, then that is where I also wanted to add, saying that yes, we should recommend to DG, and DG should actually take that as a step to take that person's license. Because then we don't want that person, if he's really found guilty and then going on board another vessel or another company, then the problem still exists. So we have to remove the problem rather than working on only the solution part. So I think that is, I see it practically should be done.
Yeah, that's correct. But I'm going to come to you, Devesh, because what Danny just spoke about was our DG going to the COC of the person if it is an Indian national. But say it's a foreign national, and we are representing the victim here, or we are representing the person who's been the person who suffered the crime. How much do you think we'll be able to weigh in? Or as a company, how much do you think you'll be able to influence the country which has issued the COC? Because you've taken that man from that country. Do you think the company is in a position to influence, or for that matter, take this forward with that country?
See, of course, it depends upon the company also. So for a company of our size, third largest ship management company, we have a globally 35 locations, our offices. So yes, where we are selecting, we have our own presence in each country over there. So yes, we can always report, even if they are from the another, let's say, you are not hiring it, because let's say it's an Indian guy and I've taken a UK COC from MCA. Still, you can write it like same, like DG has a portal. So many other, all the good countries, they have all these features where you can report all these incidents and they take action for sure.
Okay, all right. I'm going to come to you, Gurdeep. We are all, in this case, assumed that the person who's accused of the crime is guilty of the crime. We've proceeded on that path. I am going to come to you with a slightly contrary situation. There is a person who's accused of a crime. So the first thing you said the company is going to do is isolate the person who suffered the crime, isolate who's the perpetrator of the crime, and the company takes steps to investigate the incident, etc. In such a case, there is there is a good chance that this is not a true report, it could be a false report. What is done by a company in such circumstances? Because I think that's it's an equal situation that is likely to happen.
Yeah, thanks, Priya. Let me first, can I add something to what he said?
Yes, please, of course.
So, we are aware of whitelist countries, yeah? So, the STCW
Yes.
convention as well as we have a whitelist. So, they are collaborating. There is COC, there is COE, which they give basis on that whitelist. Okay. To answer your question, what if there is a pollution incident willfully done at high seas? Is that a crime? Answer is yes. Can it be reported? Answer is yes. Can this be reported again? Answer is yes. Can be done. Why can't you do that? Some countries may take up the case. As what he said rightly, we know definitely a seafarer comes from a country, there could be an office there, there could be a manning agent there, and we can take this case up. Definitely we like to get his license cancelled, first thing. We have done it for a person who was sleeping on watch. So this is even more, yeah, we got his license cancelled, absolutely. Okay, so can be done. Answer is can be done.
Okay.
Okay, now to come to your question saying that, yeah, again, coming the initial stage of when we do the briefing, it's very clear in the policy saying that this should be a truth, okay, it shouldn't be used as a weapon, okay, and if it is being used as a weapon, there will be an action disciplinary taken against a person who has put in the wrong information. Again, it is about challenging the integrity of a person who has not done anything wrong. So we'll take an action according to the investigation results. And if it's, I mean, again, it could go to any extent. I won't comment on that. It all depends how it has been put on.
Okay, thank you. So, Bimal, just to complete that entire spectrum, Gurdeep just spoke about, there could be an incident about false reporting. How do we cover this in any future legislation, any future policy that the DG Shipping, or for that matter the IMO would want to frame on this subject? Is there any way we can cover it? Because you don't want it to be misused either which way. How do we go about it?
I think any future policy that is framed in relation to this should necessarily have a deterrent provision. That's the only way to sort of check this rampant misuse. A deterrent provision, and the same consequences or at least similar consequences will be visited upon someone who is making a false allegation. That would be visited upon a perpetrator who is found guilty of it. His license or her license should be cancelled. The same thing that, you know, that other person would suffer would be the same consequence. I think that's the only way that it can be done.
All right.
Just may I add something?
Of course.
So, like, we do have an open reporting system. Normally all the companies, they have open reporting system, and especially when we come about the case of a false reporting. So sometimes the people have a doubt whether, I mean, I'm just talking in general incident. People have a doubt whether this is really an incident or not an incident. Maybe the person who's being harassed is not reporting. Maybe I witnessed and I want to report. So all these things are there. So there we always mention, please report that you are under doubt. You have witnessed something like this. You are not sure. So it does not be, you know, taken up as like an allegation. So it's under doubt you are reporting. So something like that.
Right. That's true. That's equally important. So a true perspective of what has been witnessed is required to be recorded, and not just something that they felt they've seen.
Yeah.
So their perspective at that time should be also provided.
And any reporting is always investigated. Same like we say, you know, in the industry, any fire alarm will be investigated. Nothing you say it's a false alarm. So you will investigate all the matters.
Nice. So all the, I'm sorry.
It's very interesting, you see, if you look at the incident triangle, there are so many, you know, near misses, then it goes to minor accidents, then a major one, and then the casualty. Yeah? Likewise here, I think so. My opinion would be if he or she could push back the first time. I think so, as he said clearly, stop work. Same thing. I'm quite positive 99.9% things would be ending there. You won't go to a reason where it goes to a level where it is an incident.
I agree with you. Obviously, there is a lot of things that can be done. At the same time, while we are considering all these steps that's being taken, etc., another thing is also to bolster up the infrastructure on the workplace environment. I think the DG has already come up with a system where there are CCTV cameras on board ship, so there is a real time, it is possible for somebody to actually view it real time or go back to the recording and get a proper perspective of what is the crime that has happened on board the ship. So today there are multiple ways in which a member of the crew can feel safe, is made to feel safe on a ship during their work environment or their stay on board the ship. Of course, there are ways in which we can always keep improving on it. There are ways in which we can better the system, and that's going to be a work in progress as society develops. But I think for the moment, what we can say is that there is a safe space provided for people to work on ship without a threat of harassment. And should there be an unfortunate incident of harassment, there are safety measures put in place legally and by company policies, which the crew can, seafarers can use to seek retribution, justice, whatever it is that they feel, to make them feel comfortable. So
True.
I think
Priyas, maybe I know because of time, but then I will just keep one thing I want to add here about this false reporting. Yes, definitely has to be taken strongly, because of false reporting, you're actually demeaning somebody's reputation for so many years. But then also the fact, there are, I think it is a fact, even until now, there is less reporting because of fear. Because of so much of fear that there is less reporting in the industry. I think no matter maritime, anywhere, because of the fear. So what I will recommend is that, like, if they are in doubt, then do not fear of, rather than getting that fear, okay, if I report, if this is a case, rather than that, best is ask somebody, talk to somebody. Either it can be a people on board, that is where everybody should work on developing that environment, or we have our HR system, where we have a Marine People Asia team, like especially the cadets who are sitting here. We have a dedicated team who are there, a cadet administration team who are there, who you can always call them. They are being contacted before signing on for all the things. So the same way, we can always reach out to them and ask them, like, I am in a situation like this, I don't have anybody on board to speak about this, but I am in doubt, can you help me? They can guide you. It is not a reporting, but it is an advice. So that is why we call it as Marine People Advisor. So they can advise you. So that is also something I recommend every single cadet. I think maybe in the companies in the future, other companies, take this as a practice where you can encourage that also, that you can take advice. There's nothing wrong in taking advice, rather than getting that fear, oh, if I report this and if it bounces back, then I will be terminated or my license is gone or something like that. So that is also something to keep in mind. True.
reaching out, that's a good program to put into place for the companies as well. Yes, Bimal.
Just one last comment. I agree with Danny. I should clarify that it is only if the complaint is found to be malicious that this severe consequence should be visited upon them. If it is simply wrong or a case of misunderstanding, because then it will deter other people from coming forward. But malicious, I think, is the standard that we should look for.
That's correct. Malicious, yes, of course. This is something that involves all the cadets. So if there is any question that you'd like to ask the panel, please come forward and... Sorry?
Not a cadet.
Not a cadet. No, all right. Not a cadet, but AMET Vice President, please.
It was lovely listening to all of you. Thank you so much. And I just have a question. We are into maritime training institutes. There is a lot of institutions like us. We do provide the cadets with the knowledge of gender sensitization training. I feel this is much more important than that, after listening to all of you. We do not have any syllabus on maritime harassment. We do have a paper called Maritime Law, which talks about the Maritime Shipping Act of 1963 alone. There is no norms or no idea or an eye-opener for a cadet to know what is going to be the SOP, or whom should they first approach, or is there any kind of provision at their level? Because now IMO talks about inclusivity, and every company, shipping company, wants more women on board. Though I feel harassment is not just for women, I'm not stereotyping, but how do they feel the awareness? and what do MTTs do? How do we bring it in the curriculum? Do we have the discretion to do it without DG approving it? Or is there any kind of organized body or structure like you people with good knowledge who can put in such kind of a request to DG and ensure that this as a SOP is mandated in the curriculum for the awareness of students? Even when a parent approaches us, especially from a rural area, when a girl cadet comes, the first question they ask our admission team is, what is the safety on board for my daughter? Because they want to join the vessel, but what is the guarantee that we give? We cannot advocate wrong principles to them. So we as an MTT must ensure that there is an SOP provided, and whom do we approach and how do we go about it? And I do not know if I'm right in thinking so. Please.
I will first respond to you, but I'm going to leave it to the team also to respond. So it's a very important part of the maritime training that you all are imparting, that there must be some provision for this as well as a part of the curriculum. Should it be a part of an exam-based curriculum, or is it just a part of knowledge-based curriculum is to be determined? If it's knowledge-based, you possibly may not need a DG approval to start the course in your courses, to start this discussion in your courses. But it's a good idea to also have it with the DG approval, and you must take it forward, because today's day and age, it's extremely important that a sensitive topic like this is also inculcated amongst the students at this time itself, much before they reach Danny's Institute or before they reach the workplace, where they will be taught, but something that is going to be inculcated from the time that they step on this journey will be very important. I'm now going to leave it to the panelists to answer, if you want.
Okay, so like normally once the cadet is selected, like Priya mentioned very well, once they come to the workplace, before joining their first vessel, there is an induction program where we make them aware about the company policies, SMS. So there they are being briefed about what is the SOPs, what are the standard procedures, MLC procedures, so that can be included, MLC procedures that can be included in the curriculum, that you can make them as a brief them about these things, because all the companies more or less it's the same structure. Only thing, okay, maybe a different form number or different reporting lines, but more or less it's same throughout the company. So that can be taken up at the institutes. But yes, as a company, then we take it up, we familiarize them with our company policies.
Yes, but that's more on the procedure. Yeah. But the sensitization training comes before the procedure training. So that's also equally important. So I don't know if Danny wants to address that. Is that something that, I'm sure you must be doing it, but what is it that you do? If you could just elaborate a bit more, that will answer Madam's question.
She knows exactly what we do because we work together. So exactly what we do is we have, during their induction, we have gender sensitization training. And Musk and Emmett together, we collaborated together in creating that content itself. One of my previous, my colleague who was here in my position, he was the one who also working together with Deepa to create this program. I think what we need to do is maybe DG, I think DG is already doing it. Maybe more MTIs can take this as an earlier step where we can propose this. They also should. It should not be like only students come from AMET or only students from Maersk or certain companies. Maybe it should be globalized. I think that is a good suggestion, or maybe from here, from this forum, we can propose this. Maybe people in the industry who has the power to do this, maybe they can do this one. We are doing it. Maybe we should generalize and standardize it to everyone. So that is one.
I think what she mentioned was something beyond gender sensitization. So is there something that you would have to say that, how would you put that into place in a course that's being teaching? They're already doing a course on gender sensitization. This goes beyond it. This is talking about harassment sensitization, if you could call it that. Do you think it's mandatory? How do we go about doing this?
I think it is mandatory. I think so. You should take steps to tell all MTIs to have some learning on this, definitely. But as far as our company is concerned, as what both of them said, every company has its own way. Some do it in our training institute. We put them on our social media site, which is very internal. We have a cadet stream, we put them onto them. The announcements they know, they are exposed to SMS. They can talk to Indian and international girls and boys both. I mean, talking about cadets basically. So, and they learn in time. And we encourage them to do that. We see how they follow up, what sort of post they put in. At the same time, of course, before they join Vessel, again, that induction program is there. We will talk to them without all these policies, SMS. So that is there. So already spoken. It's a different format. At the end, result is same. So, to answer your question, the answer is yes. There should be a syllabus coming in the MTIs about this, definitely.
Bimal, your thoughts on adding this in a curriculum?
Absolutely. I think, in fact, it should be there in every college in India, not just amateur or anything. That you have to sensitize it.
I will say we start
in school.
I agree.
It's a mindset that should be cultivated from that early age. So.
That's true. I trust that answers your question. Any other questions that...
I will take a break because he's got the mic. The wrong person has got the mic.
Maybe if any of the students want to ask a question, then, because this topic, this discussion is for them, right? But until they're thinking, maybe I'll give you some food for thought. So I think the panel was unanimous in saying that if somebody is found guilty of harassment, then their license should be revoked, right? I think we all agreed on that. But if you give it a bit of a deeper thought, first of all, finding somebody guilty, what does that mean? That means finding somebody guilty in a court of law, which is, again, very long drawn, very complex procedure, which may or may not ever happen. But your license is a certificate of competency. It's your certificate to navigate a ship or to maintain engines of a ship, to run machinery, right? It is not about your behavior. So it's like saying that if somebody ashore is found guilty of harassment, we should revoke their driving license. So how do you guys see that as DG's responsibility? On what grounds can DG revoke somebody's license if they are found guilty of harassment? There's nowhere in your license are you tested for harassment, or are you, in any way it's part of your curriculum, right, for which you are getting the certificate of competency. So just some reflections if you have.
Sorry, that's a good question, but to take an example, so I am practicing law because I have a certificate from the Bar Council of India. And if I am found guilty of any crime, one of the actions that can be taken against me is that my certificate can be revoked. There is no, at the time of issuance of the certificate, there is nothing that sort of certifies my moral character, but that's implied within any particular profession. So if you consider seafaring to be a profession, there are certain professional standards that I think you should adhere to. And that will be the basis of revocation of your license or your certificate of competency. So when you're, my certificate is because I studied law and I'm entitled to practice law, the same way someone's certificate is because they're competent to operate the ship. But there are certain other considerations which could also apply, that applies to your whole professional standard as a whole.
Thank you. Thanks for that.
I just want to add as a last point to that, you said that they have to be found guilty in a court of law. And like you rightly said, it's too long drawn a process to expect any resolution in possibly any of our lifetimes, which is precisely why when we discussed it, we also said that this should form a part of the investigation. On the basis of an investigation report, if there is a reasonable conclusion that the person was guilty of the crime that he's been accused of, there should be some form of retribution for that. And that retribution could be considered to be a revocation of license. And as Bimal rightly said, ultimately he's been granted, he or she is being granted a certificate of competency to work in that capacity on a workplace, and the ship is their workplace. If they are not keeping up with the workplace practices, and harassment is a policy that is, or anti-harassment is a policy that's advocated by the companies, and that person is not following the company policy, is not following the law on the subject, then there should be an equal retribution without having to wait to go to a court of law. It's very strange that a lawyer is saying don't go to a court of law. But having said that, I think we are looking at a realistic solution. And can this be a realistic solution is what we are discussing and debating here.
I also want to add to that one, because I know he's doing the devil's advocate here. but then, as a very practical layman, why I feel also that it has to be taken, the certificate, it's because it's like a simple Ola driver who's harassing somebody, sorry, I'm mentioning a company, I'm very sorry. But then anything, it's just an example, a taxi driver, that's his place where he is continuously doing this harassment. So that then, to stop that, because that is an environment where he is now licensed to operate, where he finds that his prey is very easily accessible. So now the first step, as you said, the law is taking a very long time to get that one. So this person is still saying, okay, so that's a loophole, because now it's in high seas. If I operate, there is a very long drawn process to get me convicted. So this is the best space for me to continue this practice of whatever I'm doing. So then I think that is where the withdrawal of license will stop that person. And then that is where this panel is also putting across that that is the first step. And then going forward, then this will lead to the criminal law of the country, whichever country is going to do the proceedings. So that's also why I feel that the license has to be taken back.
Danny, just one point. Maybe we are looking for the word suspension of license instead of withdrawal. So till the decision comes.
Suspension and cancellation. But yes, the first point would be suspension.
Just to add on to that, you see punishment psychology behind that. Like you break up any rules of the road also, you are being fined. Why money then? Why not take them to the class and teach them? Why money? Because then this is where the psychology works. It affects you somehow. Unless until that psychology is there, it's going to affect you. You cannot implement the law. So this is how it works.
And I think that's my cue to wind up, because I've got instructions. I've got red flags already. Unless there's a question, and I'm so sorry I didn't see the mic in your hand. Okay, all right. Okay, that's it from this panel. Thank you very much for a patient hearing, and thank you, Ahmed.
Hello? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, sir. My question is about the now many girls seafarers, they are coming on board. So how you are giving training to especially to piracy prone areas? We had a family on board, and just before going to the Nigerian coast, we already voyages, everything fixed. So company took initiative to sign off the family in Gibraltar before ship is going to Nigeria. But as a seafarer, all these girls, they will be staying on board. So what kind of training, or how you are explaining them to be face such situations?
Yeah, if it is a defined WRA, I think so the seafarer has a right to refuse to go into that area. Anyone, yeah. So, and if he continues to, then he has to be, or she has to be compensated by a monetary value, which is her decision or his decision. So, if they want to sign off, we will have to find ways to do that. It's not mandatory for them to go in a piracy-prone area. As EPS I represent, we generally don't go in Red Sea and don't go in Persian Gulf as a policy. And I'm sure Maersk is also following similar lines. So where we know there is a high risk, we don't take our ships there. So it may not be possible for every company to do that, but most of the owners who feel it's unsafe for maybe any seafarer or the ship or its crew, or to, it's a high risk with regards to even carrying cargo through that area, we would try to avoid that.
Thanks, Gurdeep. So in addition to that, there will be additional security guards, gunmans, all will be carried on board for the safety of the seafarers. So these are a procedure. They are again a standard operating procedures. Even if like you are have some extra, benefits, commercial benefits will be given to them and the security guards. But yes, you have a right to decline, and nobody can challenge you for that.
I myself have been attacked twice by pirate skiffs, and with the I was captain. So 2009-10, I have been to the Gulf of Aden. We are allowed to do so that time, and I've engaged with pirates, maybe 22 skiffs at one time, and we were able to push them back with the security guards. So again, if we had to go what rightly he says so is, we would put some controls in place to ensure safety in the best interest.
All right, thank you. I trust that answers your question.
Yeah, sure. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. And I think that wraps it up. That's our time. Thank you so much for being a good audience, and thank you.
Really. It's a very interesting, I could say, a high-density panel session. For almost an hour we were there, and they're always available with their plates when they have the buffet, so you can reach out to them for any queries or anything. Thank you so much to the panel, and just my point there on the DGS part to the madam, our Vice President, there is a mandatory module by the DGS as per the 2022 order, where it mandates that gender sensitivity to be a part. It is a 12 hours for a pre-C training and a 6 hours post-C module is there. And also they made a mention in the standard course completion certificate that the cadets have done this part as per the requirement that needs to be mentioned. So it's pretty much available. And also 7 of 2019 of DGS order talks about the rights of women seafarers and reporting procedures for onboard harassments, everything. So just to make an emphasis, the procedures are already on board. So thanks on that. Once again, I would like to thank you all for such a very powerful exchange of insights, absolutely, experience and legal clarity. Well, now I'll request to do the honors to be done. I call upon our Chief Executive Officer, Professor Saidu sir, to come up on stage. Request Saidu sir to honor the moderator, Ms. S. Priya, with the memento. Thank you so much, madam. This was a wonderful panel you moderated. Almost an hour. We couldn't knew how it flew. Very high density. Thank you so much. Request Mr. Saidu sir to honor Mr. Devesh Gautam, Director Training, OSM Tom, India. A proud alumni of AMET, my dear. So we should. Request to honor Mr. Bimal Rajshekhar, Advocate LLM, University of London, for giving such a beautiful insights on the topic, sir. You touched upon UNCLOS, many things. Request to honor Captain Gurdeep Singh Johal, Eastern Pacific Shipping, Mumbai. Thank you so much. And of course our own Captain Danny Johar, Cadets Training Manager, Merce Center of Excellence, for sharing such wonderful insights and getting a quick, instant round of applause when you said it's not only girls, it's boys as well. Thank you. Now one for the album, please. May I request the panelists and moderator to come forward for a picture. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now it's time to step away and recharge. Lunch is served. For the cadets and the faculty, it's right on my starboard side. You can go and enjoy and relish it. For the dignitaries, our team will lead you to the buffet counter, sir. We have a lunch served there. Our team will guide you. And also, as you rush outside, there's a call. Yes, sir. Yes, you need to assemble back at 1345 hours. On for that, I request once again our Bhubadi sir to get them back on board. Bon appetit. See you back soon. Thank you.
you can really enjoy, interact, and learn a lot. And also, the future is in your hand. Questions you can put in, and you can get the answers from them, the panelists, and so on. So it's purely the afternoon session 2 to 3 is with the cadets in cadets' hand. Let's make use of the best and enjoy the best. Thank you.
You gotta put your past behind you. Look, kid, bad things happen, and you can't do anything about it, right? Wrong. When the world turns its back on you, you turn your back on them. That's not what I was told. And maybe you need a new lesson. Repeat after me. Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata. It means no worries.
Welcome back. So we hope you're well fed and awake as well. Because the post-lunch slump has no place here. We now shift gears to something bold, bustling, and brilliantly Gen Z. The panel discussion 3 asks a question that as current as your last Instagram scroll. Can social media save the seas? Can hashtag spark change? Can reels raise awareness? Can a phone in your pocket become a tool for ocean protection? These are the questions which we intend to look forward in the upcoming deliberations panel discussion 3. To help us navigate this digital wave, we have someone who blends marine missionary with modern technology. Please welcome to the dais Chief Engineer Sridhar V, CTO of Maritime EdTech Academy, with a round of applause, please. A true pioneer in bringing innovation on board. Welcome you, sir. Also joining him, a crew of sharp, spirited and social media savvy cadets ready to talk tech with the cause. Let me call upon Cadet Kevin Rajan. Round of applause. Cadet Aditi Soor. Sustain your energy, my dear. Captain Takshita Patel. Cadet Takshita Patel. Cadet Mohammad Ryan Waleed. So before I proceed on, I would like to introduce Chief Engineer Sridhar, a seasoned Chief Engineer with 23 years of maritime mastery, global expert in green shipping and environmental compliance, the mind behind Maritime EdTech Academy and Young Mariners Club, an award-winning innovator, inspiring the next generation at sea, and today our moderator steering this digital dialogue with a purpose. Once again, welcome Chief Engineer Sridhar, moderator for panel discussion 3. Can social media save the seas? So let's hear for the future of shipping. Over to you, Mr. Sridhar, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Saab. Yep. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to today's debate. I can see there is a post-lunch slump here. There is a small trick just now told by my friend Devesh Gautam. He said, let me also do that and explain. Let's all rub our hands and touch our eyes. Okay? I can see if you are not listening, I guess. Maybe the observation is still slumping. Let's rub again and touch our ears. Okay. Still I can see a few. Let's rub again and touch our chin. You see? I can see some are touching the cheek. I said chin. So I don't want to do it again. Let's see. Okay, as an alumnus of AMET, being back here feels amazing. And getting to do this debate, which is my domain and my den, it is a true privilege. And more than that, the topic is so special, it is real, it is current, it is, I could not say anything which can be more relevant than today's world, connecting with today's world. Our topic is one that connects two powerful forces in our day-to-day lives. Technology and environment. The motion of the debate is, can you tell me? Can social media save the seas? Yes. Can social media save the seas? The debate explores whether the social media, we use it to share, like, comment, and of course, connect and learn. Is that enough to protect our oceans? Can a hashtag do a real change? Can a viral video inspire action from people? Or is it just noise, which is not enough to have an impact? You'll hear from two teams of cadets. One team will argue for the motion, and the other team will argue against the motion, saying that while social media is just loud and short term, it is not enough to solve serious environmental problems. The debate will include opening statements, rebuttals, and a deep dive discussion too, and also audience's questions and Q&A session. And of course, we'll close it out with the closing argument. The debate format and the rules: each cadet will have 4 minutes for their opening statement. After that, I'll interlude and cross-question with one question each team. Then each team will have 2 minutes for a rebuttal or a counter argument. We'll follow that with a deeper discussion where I'll be challenging them again. Then it'll be over to you, audience, for that quick Q&A. Finally, each cadet will be given 2 minutes to do their closing argument, and will conclude with feedback and results. These speakers have given me some PowerPoints to support their and substantiate their argument, which I'll be projecting here. I encourage you to listen carefully, think critically, especially the cadets, and I'm sure this might change your perspective towards social media and to protect ocean and save the seas. Okay, now before we begin, let me introduce our cadets. Representing the team for the motion, we have Cadet Takshita from Ahmed University, who will deliver the opening statement and contribute in rebuttal rounds. And Cadet Ryan, who will present the closing argument and also contribute in the rebuttal round. Representing the team against the motion, we have Cadet Aditi Sur from Ahmed Institute of Science and Technology. Cadet Kevin, the Maverick, who will present the closing argument and maybe the man to watch in the rebuttal rounds. Let's give them all, again, one more warm round of applause as we begin the debate. Let's begin the opening statement. First, from the team for the motion, please welcome Cadet Takshita.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. So, in June 2025, India made a bold commitment at the United Nations Conference, saying that they'll invest $80 billion in marine ecosystem, in blue economy, for marine conservation, sustainable fisheries, and coastal resilience. But how do we make this promise into a public participation? The answer is in our hands, literally, phones. The social media, can be used to make this as a very powerful tool. With over 4.9 billion global users worldwide and 490 million users in India alone, we can make this as a very powerful thing. For example, let's take the Team Seas campaign. It raised $39 million by removing 39 million pounds of trash from the ocean and the seas. For the example, the next can be the Clean Beach Up Marina plan. It was just a simple beach clean campaign, but that raised more than 2,000 volunteers. The power of social media also lies in the emotional storytelling. For example, a video of a turtle with a straw in its nose went viral. That led to the global ban of plastic straws. Another story that we can have as a live example is the story of that olive really turtle. That turtle was there for the past 3,000 years, guiding the Chola dynasty, for the currents of the wave to reach the Australia. Now that is getting protected by India through communication to the other parts of India by telling about the NGO services and everything. So that is how social media is helping us. Social media is not just a tool, it's a link between science and society and between awareness and action. It is a very vital tool if used in the right way. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Cadet Takshita, for that passionate and well-reasoned opening. You have painted a picture of potential of how social media cannot be just a distraction. Yeah, that was a compelling start. Let's see now. There is someone to stir the pot now from the team against the motion. Please welcome Cadet Aditi and take it away.
So, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. So, I will be speaking against the motion. That means I will speak that social media cannot save the sea completely. So first, let's not mistake the loud voice for the long impact, right? Yes, social media, it can raise awareness. But awareness without an action, it's just a noise, right? A study from the British Columbia has says that the people who is most likely to online in the post, they are less likely to active in the volunteer or donate, which is slacktivism. That means feeling good without actually doing good. Now, if I'll talk about the misinformation where social media spread, in 2024, there was a viral video which falsely accused an Indian fisherman dumping the plastic into the sea. It caused outrage, and until the video proven fake. Now, if I'll talk, then I'll talk in the number. Over 60% of the marine resources that have been degraded or we are not using sustainably. Over 50% of the marine organism, it is facing extinction by 2100. How social media will solve these problems? Even if I'll talk with some project like Sagarmala project, I have to tell Sagarmala project to boosting the trade and to modernizing the port, right? But it also has a risk damage to the coastal ecosystem if we do not manage it sustainably. So how social media regulate that problems? So social media trend, it's very first, I agree with that. But ocean, it need consistency. Social media, it can be a tool, but it cannot be a solution. It can be a support, but it cannot be a substitute. So let's not confuse the visibility with victory. Thank you.
Thank you, Cadet Aditi. That was a sharp and thought-provoking response. Bang. She has reminded us that what social media can do. It can be loud. It doesn't get the job done. That's what she's advocating for. Let's hand it over and hear from a different angle from the team for the motion. Please welcome Cadet Ryan.
So, good afternoon, sir, and good afternoon, everyone present here. I would like to talk about the impact of social media. Sahab, an Indian Ocean data portal, uses real-time data to support marine planning. But how do we make people care about data? The answer is storytelling. And today, social media is the best storyteller we have. Let me give you an example. In Kerala, a local NGO documented an Instagram video which showed how illegal mining of sand was happening near the coastline of Kerala. This video got millions of views within hours, and due to which the local authorities took action. In another example, in Odisha, a social media campaign was specifically held for educating the fishermen communities. Educating about what? About endangered species of turtle and their nesting zones. So by these examples, it can be clearly said that social media gives voice to the voiceless. Also, if I talk about oceans, oceans absorb 30% of carbon dioxide present in the atmosphere. With that, 90% of heat is also absorbed by the oceans itself. In addition to that, oceans give us 50% of the oxygen that we inhale. Oceans giving us all these positive aspects. Then too, we use it as a dumping ground. So if we want to change the behavior, we have to change the conversation. And today, the whole conversation is happening on social media. As one of the member of the opposing team said, misinformation is a threat. Yes, it's true. Misinformation is a threat. And but it cannot be said that all the kind of misinformation is coming from social media only. If you compare social media and mainstream media, you know social media gives us faster and more accurate answers. Also, talking about your Sagarmala project endangering the ecosystem. These are the only reason why we use social media. Like, so it gave voice to the people who are living in that locality, like fishermen, researchers, to show what is happening due to these projects. Like, these projects are happening, so what are the ill effects of the project? So social media gives voices to them. And at last, I would like to say social media is very powerful and it's working. Thank you.
Another strong case for the motion. He has shown us what social media can do. It can amplify voices, influence policies, and mobilize volunteers. A greater reminder of how online platform can be a launchpad for offline actions. And now to complete the opening round, let's hear from the final speaker for the opening statement for team against the motion, Cadet Kevin Rajan.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. Right now, I stand here to speak against the motion of why social media cannot save seas. There's three things I want to speak right now. No probabilities, no statistics, no nothing. Just realism. The social media platform itself, the influence, and the content you see in it. It is an entertainment app. It's not an educational app. There's two things that we often confuse ourselves with: popularity and progress. For example, take this post. If it is a poster, and if you see this in a social media platform over other 5 different types of entertainment reels and clips, would you prefer that entertainments and clips, or would you prefer this poster, sir? Obviously, we know exactly what will be, because we seek entertainment in an app which we downloaded to seek entertainment in. The realistic idea of showing the maritime complexity of the vast ocean in a 9:16 ratio screen is not the key. The screen is so small that it cannot describe the complexities of the maritime issues, and that is exactly why we need rules, laws, regulations, policies, structurized systems, and other schemes that enforce what actually is needed. Influence, in the way you're telling me that there's a lot of reliable influencers on social media. For example, I take some sort of influencers who's promoting an eco-friendly product. Do you really trust it as an eco-friendly product, or what are the sources that you can rely on that it is an eco-friendly product? Be it a cosmetic, be it a food, the plastic container which is holding the cosmetic or the food, do you know of what calibration that plastic is made? And of course, every one of you knows where the industrial waste and industrial wastewater gets flushed off. It's not that we have not been seen it, it's not, in the same social media it has been trended where the industrial waters get flushed off, where the industrial waste gets flushed off, of course in the sea. So as social media barely doing anything towards us, it's been in the centuries for a long time. This practice has been there for a long time. Was a change seen there? No. Because influence is very small compared to the negative impact and the negative influence it is flowing out. So what I have to tell here is social media is exactly not the catalyst you need, because the reactants you are using here, the end of the conversation right now here is different. However you speak, however you amplify something, if there's nobody to listen, the greater the frequency or the lesser the frequency, it doesn't matter. The great amount of the catalyst or the less amount of catalyst, if no reactant, catalyst is useless, is not going to get dissolved at all. So what is the key part here? Definitely not social media. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Cadet Kevin. That was a well-grounded perspective from your side. He has challenged us to think beyond the screen. He is challenging us to see the science and the leadership which can drive the motion and protect our oceans. With that, we've heard all 4 opening statements. Let's take a moment to reflect before we move into the next phase of our debate. Social media can raise awareness and inspire action, but we've also heard concerns about misinformation and shallow engagement. there were some compelling points flying around. Let's see how the teams hold up under pressure. I'll ask each team one question, and you'll have 1 minute to answer. And next time, when I remove my glasses, you can say, you can cut short a bit. Because we are time bound too. Okay. For the team, for the motion, you have mentioned campaigns like Team Seas. But how do we make sure people go beyond just sharing and do the actual act?
Sir, thank you for the question. We believe that social media is just the starting point for an action to take place. There are many people who get emotionally invested in what they see. Social media is a guiding step for those people to guide them about their next steps. Thank you, sir.
That was a short and to the point one. Okay, team against the motion, you said social media isn't enough. Don't you think it can still be a useful tool when combined with the efforts, real world efforts?
So yes, we agree that if we'll combine with real life words, then it will helpful. But it should not be the focus of it. Like social media, it can spread the words, but the real works, it should be on the ground, right? Through education, through policy, through government action. So social media, again I'm repeating, it can be a helper, but not the hero. Thank you.
Solid point from both sides. Well done. That wraps up this round nicely. Thanks to all the speakers and keeping it sharp and respectful. Okay. All right. Here's where it gets interesting. Now it's challenging time. Now let's move to the rebuttal round or counter-argument round. Each cadet will have 2 minutes to respond to what they have heard from each other. Let's begin with Cadet Takshita from the team for the motion.
So the opposing team spoke about slacktivism and misinformation. Those are some points, but they don't disapprove the power of social media. Firstly, let's talk about slacktivism. Yes, some people are there who will just like and share the post, but many examples are there which have happened in real life. For example, as I said in my opening statement, the Clean Marina Beach campaign that was not expected to be joined by 2,000 plus volunteers, but it happened because of what? Because of social media. Secondly, misinformation is a problem everywhere, not just social media. Rather, social media is helping it reduce it. We have Instagram flags for the misinformation. There are Twitter community posts, and there are NGO and verified accounts for people actually posting for the betterment of our seas. And let's not forget the pressure that the social media can create on someone. For example, in 2023, there was this illegal land mining in Kerala, said by my teammate, that led to a government crackdown in 48 hours. In just 48 hours. That's faster than any TV or newspaper report could have done. Social media is powerful, it's fast, and it's global. That is what we all need. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Takshita. A strong defense for the social media. You've reminded us that an online spark can also ignite a huge fire offline when used wisely. I love that energy, by the way. Keep it going, cadets. Now let's hear from Cadet Aditi for against the motion.
So the opposite team, they had said about the social media campaign which led into action. So let me talk in the number. India produces over 3.5 million tons of the plastics, right? Few campaigns, few cleanups. It is commendable, of course it is. But isn't it like using a spoon to emptying a sinking ship? I mean, it is. Then, next if we'll talk, then the environmentalist caused by the social media itself, right? Like a viral video, it can produce thousands of kilograms of CO2 emission. So let's not forget that. And the third thing what they have mentioned, the scientists using the social media. So how many of us actually follow the marine biologist over here, like compared to the influencer? So if we have to protect the ocean, if we have to save the ocean, we have to go where the the moment it will stay long, not the trend which will fade fast. Thank you.
Thank you, Cadet Aditi. A grounded reminder by Aditi that we can't rely on short-term trends to solve long-term problems, right? Okay, that's food for thought anyway. Let's see where this leads next and what Cadet Ryan from the other side.
So the opposing team, first point they said, the social media can't enforce law. It's true, social media can't enforce law, but it can create immense pressure. For example, in 2024, a video went very viral of illegal fishing was happening in Mannar of Tamil Nadu. When the video went viral, what was the outcome? Tamil Nadu government took immediate action. So as the opposing team said that social media is only restricted till the mobiles, it does not have any outcome in the real world. So this is an example. Also, they told about trends fade and movements don't. So I would like to give an example what my teammate in the opening argument told about plastic straws struck in a turtle's nose. This movement started as a hashtag campaign when a video went viral about a plastic straw stuck in a turtle's nose. This video went globally viral, due to which companies like McDonald's and Starbucks also had to had to switch to the alternate option of plastic straw, which is paper straw. So if this isn't a change with the use of social media, I don't know what it is. Also, the opposing team said that we need policy over that thing, popularity or virality. So I would like to say, if you need popularity. So I would like to ask you how many how many policies have been created since past decades regarding to ocean without the help of public awareness and social media. Also, you guys told that trends fade but movements don't. So I would like to ask you, what is the better alternative for social media to educate young generation of millions of Indians except social media as a source? Thank you, sir.
That was a powerful case again for social media as a catalyst, but not cure. Right. But a connector between people and policy. Let's see what Cadet Kevin from the team against the motion has to rebut or recounter.
Yes, sir. So there were amazing points stated by the opposing team that illegal mining, illegal fishing were all reduced, were all caught due to social media. The same social media encouraged illegal connection of backwaters and rivers to sea, just for a moment of fun for the surfers to the place. Small canals digged manually by the surfers, connecting beautiful gifted waters of river, backwaters, flush into the sea for one standing wave to be created for a moment of enjoyment. It has been there for decades in social media. It is being promoted and people do it for adventure and likes for it. Is social media doing anything about it? Are whispers being turned into roars right now? And let that be apart. Let's keep it that apart. Popularity, virality, and the other stuff, social media is putting pressure and stuff. That's amazing. I'd like to appreciate it. But what I'd like to tell you is, creating a spark is not enough if you cannot completely burn a fire. Creating a conversation about the impact of wrongdoing through social media is not enough if we can actually make a progress in real world. I can initiate the action of clapping with this hand alone, but can I produce the sound of a clapping if I don't use the other hand? So both the ends are needed. You need both ends to do what you're supposed to do. So unless and until it doesn't reach properly, and especially you told me that the remote villages got prior information, the places where, remote places where people live got prior information about what is happening and stuff. So what you are telling me is man-to-man communication, language-to-language communication couldn't convey the info, and a 9:16 ratio small box with a LED screen which could possibly have 99 misinformations conveyed it? That's it.
Thank you, Kevin. A clear call to focus on the structure of the building than over the showcase. You've challenged us again to think beyond the screens. Okay? This last round gave us a
Sir,
lot to
sir,
chew
I
on.
would like to take 1 minute.
Please,
Sir,
half a minute.
As my opposing team member told, that social media creates a spark, but it does not ignite a fire. So I would like to give the example which I gave in the opening statement about the Kerala sand mining issue. It started as a movement. It got viral by an Instagram document sent by whom? Local NGO from Kerala. It was a spark, and they kept it alive until and unless the issue was resolved. So it can't be said that like if you ignite the fire is social media sparks a fire but not ignites till the end. Until and unless it is completed, this is an example that the spark was done.
And that one-time thing led to a policy change.
That's all, sir. Thank you.
Let me take a minute. So the opposite team also mentioned the social media has a reach in diversity like India, right? So reach without depth, it is questionable, right? Like there is a reach, but there is no depth. Instead, we can at least put the education for the NGO, for the schools, and we can develop the laws over there. We can develop the community over there. Instead, going totally focusing on the social media's reach. Thank you.
Plenty of sparks and plenty of water
Something is better
sprays.
than nothing, sir.
All right. Before we move to audience questions, I'd like to dig a little deeper and let's challenge these young talented speakers here. I'll ask one question each, again 1 minute to respond. To Team 4, some influencers talk about social media, in the social media, about saving the ocean. But they also propagate and sell products which is harmful to the environment. How do you take on this contradiction?
So that's a very important point. Not all influencers are bad, and some do send mixed emotions. But the fact is, the audience should trust and question what they see. It depends on the audience. Also, the social media gives us the power to call out greenwashing. The influencers can be pulled down by their followers. It happens nowadays. The people should actually learn to trust the verified accounts of NGOs and the people who give the platform for this diversity and for saving our system. That's it, sir. Thank you.
Good. Let's see what they can rebut on that. You mentioned that social media trends fade. Isn't it true that some movements like what Ryan said, plastic straws in a turtle, that led to a complete ban on single-use plastics? What's your take on it?
Yes, some of the great achievement has been done by the social media, but the plastic ban, it was a great example of it. But we have to remember that it is one of the few success story, right? Social media trend, it fade very first, like 1 week, 2 weeks, more than 2 weeks, and then disappear. So, for saving the ocean, we cannot rely on the hashtags only. Social media can start the conversation, but to end it, to fix the conversation, we need laws, we need policy. Thank you.
Thank you, cadets, for those engaging and thought-provoking debate. Before we move on to the next phase, this debate, I don't think this debate is only about social media. It is about how we communicate, how we act, how we fight and held accountable for the fight against the ocean. We heard strong arguments, real-world examples, and some powerful rebuttals. Now that we have landed this plane safely, let's jump into the next phase. It's time to hear from you, the audience. This is your chance, cadets. Challenge ideas, share your thoughts. Please keep your questions clear. We will pass across a mic so you can. Any questions?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Neeraj. I'm from MIT BME second year. And my question, according to our discussion, is how can we determine that an ocean campaign on social media is real or fake? Like what steps we can take to check the authenticity of it?
Well, that's a great question. One way to substantiate that is you should see whether they should have transparent goals. All right. You can also be cautious on the campaigns where they ask for money and it is overly emotional, you see. So finally, do a quick search, check on the net, check about the organization, and check their background, and that's how you have to verify.
That answers it. Thank you, sir.
Anybody?
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Cadet Bobby Khan. So my question is, what role do the government play alongside social media activism?
Well, social media can raise awareness, but the government does govern, yeah? So they have to bring in the policies. However, the social media has to bring in raise the awareness. It has to work. There's something called together activism. They have to work in tandem to bring or implement a policy. There should be a voice which is raised, and also working together with the government that gets implemented.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
Good afternoon, sir. Carrot Siddhavinon Menon from Amet IST, B Marine Engineering first year. So my question is that can you give me an example for a successful marine policy which is influenced by the social media?
Oh yes, Ryan was talking about it. Banning single-use plastic, which was started from a viral social media where the turtle, you could have seen a turtle with a straw in its nose. That became viral, and there were countries who responded or reacted spontaneously, like UK and Canada. They brought in a policy immediately, I would say, spontaneously, marine policy, and they brought in the ban for single-use plastic, and then eventually it became a maritime policy as well to ban single-use plastics. So that is a good example.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Franklin from BSc first year. Sir, can you please tell us how we can ensure if these social media campaigns are scientifically accurate?
Well, you have to see for scientists or marine biologists in the panel of the campaign. Otherwise, it is not easy to know whether it is scientifically correct or not. And the campaign should cite the sources, cite relevant sources, verified sources. It should link with studies. They should have studies. They should have done some studies with collaborating with universities and all. So that's how you check the legitimacy of the campaign.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, this is Anand Tripathi here. It's a question to both the teams actually. One way of settling this debate was to check whether the policy makers, DG or IMO, do they follow any of the marine media influencers? These are the policy makers who actually bring change. And if change was so easy, to get women vote, to get the black people rights, it took activism, it took years of activism, people died. Then change was brought, right? So, is it so easy to bring it just through awareness?
That's a great question, sir. I do believe that social media is being observed. Whereas I don't say social media it is not the only thing which is being looked upon. So there should be, as I was telling earlier, there should be a convergence between social media and the government or the policymakers. So when they come together, they can do wonders. And I strongly believe it is being observed closely.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we do have time bound. Let's move on to the closing argument. Thank you to our audiences for those thoughtful and engaging questions. It's clear that this topic has sparked real curiosity and concern. Some strong points on both ends. We've explored the power of social media, its limitations and potential to conserve or ocean conservation. We've heard facts, examples, and strong opinions from other team too. Now, as we approach the end of a debate, each cadet will be given 2 minutes to deliver their closing argument.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Pratyush from IMET. So I have a question.
Like if we are not seeing as social media the main thing to put a spike or put a spark to generate a new idea of controlling the pollution or the plastic, you have said, as one of the cadet have already mentioned, the social media have made it clear or put a company in pressure to just convert or to just change to the alternative as the plastic straws. So why not we consider it as a way or just as a new innovation we can see for the upcoming generations? Because you also know most of the newborns or the people who are just evolving into this generation are not interested in watching any reports, articles or some, like they are choosing internet and social media. Like we can say the social media is a different thing. Using the internet also, like Instagram, you have, the cadets have already mentioned the Instagram just put misinformations, but they are also helping it with just starting the new policies, like the influencers have already mentioned, just accepting it. We are not just planning to make all the like the people to come together and start this, but even if a small bunch of group that will evolve and get into a big thing, and the internet is and the social media is helping with it with the help of the influencers. If we are not accepting it, then what is the other alternative that we can use to just ignite the spark?
Thank you. That was a little longer question though. However, I got the gist of it. Social media is indeed being used by the companies. My friend here, Devesh from OSM Tom, he can even elaborate on it. Companies are using social media, in fact, as a core nowadays, as a core. So that is your first question. I think there are 2-3 questions along with that. So you were talking about Instagram and social media, right? Instagram, social media, they do have verification links. If an influencer, a creator wants to put anything, they should attach a verification link. And also they are in collaboration with NGOs to verify those content. I hope I answered your question. Yeah. Okay. Let's.
Excuse me, sir.
I can't see you.
Sir, I'm here. Okay, good afternoon, sir. My name is Bharadwaj. Am I allowed to ask panel members any questions right now?
Captain Karthik will answer because we are time bound.
Okay.
You can ask, let me decide.
Yes.
Let me decide who can answer.
Okay. Sir, actually one of our panel members had told regarding an issue which is given by one of our cadets, the mining issue of Kerala. And Cadet Aditi has told us that educating people might help. So using social media, the issue has been solved within 48 hours. But what in our opinion, that educating the people, how much time will it be taking to resolve that particular issue, and how will she be educating those kind of people regarding illegal mining and all?
You agree with me, it takes some time to cook rice?
Yes, sir.
So there is a time to cook rice?
Yes, sir.
So similarly, there is a time to bring some implementation.
Yes.
And Aditi wants to answer that.
Yes.
And one more thing, just because one crisis is solved by the social media, that doesn't mean that every crisis can reach up to that much high trend, right? Education is the key, so we can use the education for the further use as well. So we can like sure it about that in the future it will not happen. Thank you.
Okay, kindly excuse me, cadets, we are time bound. I'm getting signals from all over. Okay, now as we approach end of our debate, each cadet will have 2 minutes to deliver their closing argument. This is their final chance to summarize their team's position and leave us something we can think about. Let's begin with team for the motion, Cadet Takshita.
Yes, sir, thank you. Some people say that social media cannot save the seas, yet they scroll through change every day and call it noise. We live in a world where communication is of prime importance, and through social media, one post can reach millions of people within seconds. It can leave an impact. Social media is a very powerful tool if used in the proper way. I would like to end with an example, with a short story. The Tamil people have Jallikattu. It is a sport, it is a bull-tamed sport, which was against the Supreme Court. But they changed it. How? Through the help of social media. If a group of certain people can come together and can make a change and can protect what is theirs, what is their tradition and culture. If they can protect something so against the Supreme Court, why cannot we use the same social media to protect our seas, our ocean, and our future? At last, I would also like to say, by underestimating a connected generation, we are taking a risk. Let's utilize this because we are already in the changing tide. Thank you, sir.
Passionate close indeed, reminding us that digital world can be an ally to fight for the oceans. Now let's steer the conversation in a new direction from Cadet Aditi.
Yeah. Social media is noise. It is loud, right? But ocean needs something more than the noise and the loud. Ocean need education, it need policy, it need governmental action. We have already told that social media, the way it spread the misinformation, the way the social media trained fade fast, and the way the real life issue, we are scrolling it every day, and we are literally the issue is getting lost by the scrolling. Ocean doesn't need any hashtag anymore, but instead it needs marine protected area, it needs waste management system, it needs some strong governmental action. If we really want to save the sea, we have to look beyond the screen. We cannot solely depend on the platform which is made for the entertainment. Let's everyone accept the algorithm prefer more over entertainment, not the education. Thank you.
I don't know out there, it's very hot here. A sharp and sobering message from Cadet Aditi. Saving the seas needs more momentum, correct? Persistence, that's what you're trying to say, okay? Now let's hear from Cadet Ryan from the other team for the motion.
So they say social media is a noise or a distraction. I believe social media is a direction for a person to connect. Social media teaches a person, educates, activates, and inspires a person. If they say social media is not the solution, I would like to say social media is a very important and vital part of the solution, without which I guess solution is also incomplete. At the end, I would like to say, if we want to save the ocean, future of the ocean, we have to give it a voice first. And I don't think so in today's world, something else is better than social media to give ocean a voice. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Cadet Ryan. A hopeful and forward-looking finish, showing us how online voices can bring in offline victories. A Yorker from Bumrah the Ryan. Finally, let's hear from Kevin the Maverick.
Yes, sir. First thing is, there was a wrong fact actually. Jallikattu was not united by social media. Jallikattu was united by man forces, youngsters who actually participated in the college. No, they did not get news through social media. No, they did not. It is because I was a part of it. I know it.
Even I know it. I have studied about it. Even if I
was
even if I was not in that, I know it.
Remember, there is, we are time.
Yeah. The second thing is, social media is a direction, amazing, splendid. But direction to where? It's a direction to where? Where is it guiding? No. Then I'll tell you another thing. You know, social media can do this, social media can do that. We all agree. I mean, if ocean is going to get destroyed, we are also going to get affected by it. So I'm not completely against social media. I do agree with it. But you're forgetting the fact that what social media cannot do. What happened in the Jallikattu case? There was a law enforced to make the sport in a proper mannered way. Is that law being enforced right now in the case of the ocean conservation, preservation, or protection?
Oh yes.
But is it being happening in a large scale? Because there's a large problem happening and social media is still there.
Yes, again, yes.
Thank you.
Go on. Okay, a firm reminder that while social media can start the conversation, Kevin says the leadership has to take it across, has to take beyond. Right, that's a wrap on this round. Let's buckle up for the feedback and results. Thank you, cadets, for a truly engaging and thought-provoking debate. You have demonstrated clarity, confidence, and a deeper knowledge of the topic. 2 minutes, sir.
Go ahead, please.
Reflecting on what we've heard.
You can check on social media whether I'm required or not.
reflecting on what we have heard today, a quick recap. Team for the motion highlighted the power of social media to raise awareness, mobilize volunteers, influence policies. You gave strong examples like the Team Seas and the Clean Marina initiative. Also, you have reminded us the role of platforms to highlight the violations of environment. Yeah? Whereas here, Team Against the Motion reminded us that the social media is not a substitute for real-world action. They emphasize the risks of misinformation, shallow engagement, limits of the short-lived trends, yeah? The need for policy enforcement and the necessity for the implementation. Now, if I may offer a personal reflection about, before announcing the result, about the debate. What struck the most to me today, although these teams sit across on opposite sides, they have converged on one deeper message, I would say. The idea of having the awareness alone is not enough without action. And also, the action only will not suffice any awareness. So we must not only ride on the wave of trends, we should also anchor on long-lasting impact with persistence. That's what I got it from today's debate. Both teams brought passion, facts, and perspective to the table. You have challenged each other respectfully and responded thoughtfully and helped us, all of us, to see this issue in a different angle. This debate wasn't just about winning before I announced the results. This debate wasn't about winning. It has been always about learning, I guess. I think most of us leave today, this hall, with a deeper connection with the ocean and the social media. Now, based on clarity, evidence, engagement, and your overall impact, the winner of today's debate is, congratulations, but let me also say to the other team, I'm not saying any team, your points were powerful and necessary. You reminded us that the technology should go hand in hand with the environment. All right. Thank you for being such a wonderful audience, engaging questions. Let's carry this momentum beyond this hall, offline and online as well. And the winner is for... You did wonderfully well. You did wonderfully well.
So you mean social media wins?
That's a very interactive session, sir. I would say
No,
this. Yeah.
to be precise, you had Virat Kohli there, and you had Rishabh Pant this side. It was a well-balanced team, and of course, the social media finally decided. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Well, I have a neutral stand on social media. So how we use it, either wisely or wastefully, determines whether it connects or divides, whether it empowers or distracts. But it is an undeniable, powerful tool. It can shape ideas, spark movements, and it can do many things. So the platform is ours, so the responsibility is also ours. Thank you, Captain Chief Engineer Sridhar. Sorry, social media lifted you to Captain. And with that, may I now request our Professor of Department of Marine Biotechnology, Dr. Muthailan sir, to come forward to felicitate the moderator and the panelists, please. Request to felicitate and honor the moderator, Chief Engineer Sridhar V, CTO, Maritime EdTech Academy. Round of applause. They kept you engaging. And also they ensured that you are not rubbing your mobiles when the panel is going on. That's the success of the panel. Request Muthailan sir to honor Cadet Kevin Rajan, Ahmed Institute of Science and Technology. Request to honor Cadet Aditi Sur, Ahmed Institute of Science and Technology. request to honor Cadet Takshita Patel, Amet University. Well spoken. And Cadet Mohammad Ryan Walid, Amet University. And may I now request the moderator and the panelists to stand along with Dr. Muthailan for a pic. Okay. So please come forward for a picture with the memento. Yeah. That's wonderful. Thanks for that lively ideas. Wonderful. So, and with that, our third and final panel discussions drops the mic, leaving us with fresh insights and futuristic ideas from the digital desk. Also, our concurrent sessions, technical sessions are also coming to a close at the parallel hall. It's safe to say today the voyage has been a voyage of ideas, innovations and impact. But don't drop anchors, still there's something to go. We are heading full steam ahead into the grand finale of this maritime odyssey. The valedictory ceremony and the much awaited Amet Global Maritime Awards 2025 are about to begin. A moment where excellence is honored, brilliance is celebrated, and the spotlight shines on those who have gone above and beyond. So stay with us, the best is yet to come. And yes, you will want to have your cameras ready. Please have your mobiles ready to take pics. May I now request the panelists have already descended. Thank you, sir. And request the stage management team to swiftly get the stage ready for the valedictory. Just back in 5 minutes, we'll be there. Stay tuned, connected. Thank you. Good afternoon again. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your kind attention, please? As we gather for the grand finale of this remarkable day, let us begin the valedictory ceremony on a note of reverence and cultural pride. We warmly welcome you all back again, and as a tradition guides us, may I request everyone to please rise for the invocation song, Tamil Thai Varthu. Let this be our collective salute to the land that nurtures knowledge and the spirit of the seas. May I request the stage management play the Tamil Thai Varthu.
நீராறும் கடலொடுத்த நிலமடந்தை எழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமெதில் தெக்கணமும் அதிர்ச்சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Thank you. Please be seated. It's my privilege to welcome a strategic academic leader spearheading curriculum innovation across 4 key institutions under AMET, a force behind 10 national capacity building programs impacting over 2,600 faculty members, a globally published researcher in maritime HR, digital education and AI with over 25 scholarly contributions, Principal Investigator of the Gender Equality Initiatives approved by the Directorate General of Shipping, Government of India, and an international voice at the International Association of Maritime Universities conferences in the US and the Japan, shaping the global future of maritime education. Please welcome Dr. Deepa Rajesh, Vice President Academics, to deliver the welcome address with a resounding applause, please.
Good afternoon and warm greetings to one and all. It is with profound pride and great pleasure that I extend a warm welcome to all of you at the presentation of the AMET Global Maritime Awards 2025. These awards underscore our dedication to cultivating leadership, promoting innovation, and supporting excellence in maritime education, operations, and research. This truly marks a significant event in the academic and maritime calendar of the AMET University. At the outset, I'm greatly moved and excited to welcome our visionary educationist, social worker, and inspiration to the entire AMET congregation, an embodiment of I Moral Excellences, Honorable Founder and Chancellor, AMET University, Dr. Nase J. Ramachandran. Welcome you, sir. I would like to warmly welcome our visionary leader, Dr. Rajesh Ramachandran, who serves as the president of Met University, who has been instrumental in guiding both academic and administrative excellence, and chairman of the Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation. Under his dynamic leadership, this university continues to reach great heights. I welcome you, sir. At the beginning, I wish to convey my heartfelt appreciation to our esteemed chief guest, Mr. David Eggleston, Deputy Consulate General of Australia in Chennai, for being with us today and honoring this important occasion with his presence. Your involvement is a genuine reflection of the international maritime cooperation and dedication we aim to maintain, sir. A warm welcome to Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasagam, our esteemed provost and the unwavering member secretary of the foundation. And I take great delight in welcoming our renowned scientist, Dr. V. Rajendran, Vice Chancellor of Met University, for his envisionage of industry-related curriculum. I welcome you, sir. We extend our sincere gratitude to the jury members of the AGMA Awards, Professor Dr. Gabriel Reicu, Rector of Constanta Maritime University, Romania, and Professor Stephen Erd, Director, Center for Seafaring and Maritime Operations, Maritime College, University of Tasmania, for dedicating their precious time and expertise to acknowledge and celebrate excellence in the maritime field. A cordial welcome and sincere congratulations to all the recipients of awards today. It's an honor to welcome our founder and chancellor's nominee for the AGMA 2025 Maritime Leadership Award, Captain Anmol Kumar Srivastava, a distinguished mariner and a proud alumnus of our institution. Captain Srivastava has helped us serving the shipping industry for over 15 years and achieving command in 2021. He is currently a regular pilot at Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority and also mentors future seafarers at IMU TS Chanakya. On 18th December 2024, during a routine pilotage, Captain Srivastava responded to a Mayday distress call from a sinking ferry near JD5 berth. He led a swift and a coordinated rescue operation that saved 57 lives, including women and children. His leadership was instrumental in providing emergency CPR to a young boy and ensuring a safe rescue to all passengers. I extend a very warm welcome to our registrar, Dr. Sangeeta Albin, principals Captain Gopal Srinivasan, Sir, Principal Met University, Captain V. Chandrasekhar, Sir, Principal Met City College, Captain Karthik, Principal Met IST, all panelists, our most beloved Dr. Karan Kochar, who is here. Welcome you, sir. All panelists, organizing team members, faculty members, Mr. Anand Tripathi, Regional Director, Mumbai, Dr. Sashilata, Dean International, our CEO, sir, Dr. Sayadu, Dr. Jay Prakash Vel, IQAC Coordinator, our friend and accomplice, Mr. Danny. Once again, I warmly welcome you all as we begin this hour of celebration and acknowledgement. May this platform serve as a testament to Met University's steadfast dedication to crafting the future of maritime education and enhancing global partnership. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Madam, for that wonderful and warm welcome address. It's time now to felicitate and honor our chief guest, May I request our founder chancellor, Dr. J. Ramachandran sir, to felicitate Mr. David Eggleston, Deputy Consul General of Australia, Chennai, with a shawl and a memento. And can we have a round of applause to cheer the celebrations, please? Thank you, sir. And may I request the dignitaries to come forward for a picture together with the chief guest, please, sir. Thank you for acknowledging that request, sir. Thank you. Please take your seats. Earlier today, we had the honor of hearing from a man whose journey has been as grounded as it is global, a quiet force behind a transformative change, a visionary behind India's first maritime university, a guiding hand of a 75-bed medical institution in North India, a mind behind 126 skill development centers that have empowered over 1.5 lakh rural youths, an MBA from the Cardiff Business School, and a honorary doctorate in maritime education and social services. He continues to lead not from behind a desk, but from the front lines of education and empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome once again Dr. Rajesh Ramachandran to deliver the presidential address.
Thank you, Captain. Thank you once again. A very good evening to all the distinguished guests, speakers, delegates, faculty members, students, and maritime professionals. It gives me immense pleasure to address you at the conclusion of this AMET Global Maritime Summit 2025. Though this has been a one-day summit, the depth of knowledge, diversity of perspectives, and the quality of discussions we have witnessed today have been nothing short of extraordinary. Today's summit featured 3 dynamic panel discussions and an insightful technical session, all of which reflected the spirit of innovation and the urgency of collaboration in the maritime sector. Each session brought out key themes ranging from sustainability and maritime policy to technological advancement and workforce development. The valuable insights shared by our panelists and presenters will undoubtedly inspire further thought and action within our community. AMET University takes great pride in hosting such a platform where academia, industry, and government converge to address current challenges and co-create solutions for the maritime world. The active participation of the national and international experts has reinforced our belief that we are on the right path towards a future that is inclusive, innovative, and sustainable. To our young cadets and students who have attentively participated today, let this be a reminder that learning doesn't end in classrooms. It continues through such summits, through dialogue, and through a willingness to adapt to a rapidly evolving maritime landscape. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our guest speakers, panelists, technical presenters, and all the delegates for taking time to be here and for enriching AGMS 2025 with their presence and perspectives. A special word of thanks to our organizing team, our own faculty members, volunteers, and support staff for the dedication in ensuring the smooth execution of this event. As we bring this successful summit to a close, let us carry forward the spirit of today's discussions and turn them into action, innovation, and impact. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. Now, I'd like to invite a stalwart in Indian higher education with over 50 years of visionary leadership, former Vice Chancellor of 3 major universities and currently the Provost of Amet University, shaping academic excellence across generations. Author of 18 books and over 36 research papers spanning commerce, management and maritime education. Recipient of the prestigious honors from the National Award for Social Service by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam to the Best Management Leader and Rotary Service Above Self Award. And a globally respected academic voice, the 100th President of the Association of Indian Universities, and a reformer who has served on UGC, University Grants Commission, National Association and Accreditation Council, NAC, and Central Advisory Board for Education. Please welcome our Provost, Colonel Dr. G. Trivasagam, for the presentation of jury and panel report. With a round of applause, please.
Good afternoon to every one of you present here. The founder and chancellor of our esteemed university, Dr. J. Ramachandran, most respected president of our renowned university, Dr. Rajesh Ramachandran, our guests, not only in the morning but also in the afternoon, Captain Karan Kochar, Head of Marine People, Asia, Maersk Fleet Management Technology and Managing Director. Most importantly, the chief guest of this award distribution ceremony, Consul General of Australia, Mr. David Eggleston, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, personalities from different shipping companies, learned colleagues, above all, my dear lovable student friends. I take it as a privilege and honor to stand before you to present the jury panel's report on the awardees of this program. It is the second term, rather to say, second year, in which we are going to distribute Dr. J. Ramachandran Global Maritime Award, that we call as 2025. This Amet Global Maritime Award, together with the Global Maritime Summit 2025, was instituted as a living embodiment of the vision of Dr. J. Nase Ramachandran, the founder and chancellor of Amet University. A pioneering educationist and a social entrepreneur, Dr. Ramachandran dedicated his life to expanding access to maritime education and to fostering global standards of excellence within the Indian maritime sector. It was under his leadership that Amet was established in 1993 as the first maritime university in India, a bold step that not only redefined maritime education in the country, but also created a platform for international academic collaboration, innovation, and industry readiness. The Amet Global Maritime Award and Amet Global Maritime Summit were conceived by me a year ago, and which has been in consultation with our Honorable Chancellor. And we have decided to have this ceremony simply as a ceremony, but as a thoughtful institutional mechanism for identifying, celebrating, amplifying with thoughtful innovations, institutional mechanisms for celebrating the event in a bigger way every year. My dear friends, AGMA 2025 honors those whose work is not only commendable in the present but catalytic for the future as well. I would like to brief you the methodology what we have adapted to get the selection of awardees. In aligned with the international academic practice and transparency, the AGMA 2025 award process was launched well in advance through formal notification on the Ahmet University website and direct communication to leading maritime universities worldwide. Special efforts were taken to ensure across the Ahmet academic ecosystem and through the extended network of International Association of Maritime Universities. So far, we have received 67 applications via Foundation's official email address and online portal, with a final deadline for the submission of 12th June 2025. The panel of jury for AGMA 2025 was composed of two globally respected maritime academicians, Professor Dr. Gabriel Raju, the rector of the Maritime University of Constanta and president of the Cybersecurity Cluster of Excellence in Romania, Digital Navigation System, and European academic collaboration has placed him at the forefront of maritime education transformation. He was joined by Dr. Stephen Hurd, Director of the Center for Seafaring and Maritime Operations at the Australian Maritime College, Tasmania. Dr. Hurd brings nearly 2 decades of academic leadership, including international maritime regulatory engagement, navigation training, and advocacy for inclusive maritime pedagogy as well. To ensure that all applications were evaluated fairly and truly, the selection process was divided into 3 different categories: individual, institutional, and startup innovation, each governed by carefully anticipated parameters. As far as for the individual category, applications were assessed on institutional profile, performance maritime education, innovation and initiative, alignment with the sustainable development goals, measurable impact on outcomes, with the further consideration given to supporting documents and additional informations. In the individual category, nominees were evaluated based on biography or profile, contribution to maritime education, social impact, visionary leadership, and the depth of supporting documents and supplementary insights. As far as startup innovation category, we have taken into consideration startup profile, nature and uniqueness of innovation, alignment with the SDGs, impact and outcomes, market adoption and scalability, and supporting evidences and additional informations. Each application was meticulously reviewed and independently scored by both members of the jury panel using the above parameters. Comparative evaluation sheets were prepared and a coordination meeting was subsequently held online, wherein both the jury jointly examined the top ranked applicants. The assessment and evaluation report of jury panel members was presented to our Honorable Chancellor, who is the patron of this Dr. J. Ramachandran Global Maritime Foundation. As a member secretary, I submitted the report. In accordance with the foundation's governance and norms, our founder and chancellor of our university has given approval for releasing the result of the selection. Now we are going to make a presentation in front of you. Amit sir, now as to start with, I would like to call the very first awardee regarding our friend Captain Anmol Kumar Srivastava. Our Vice President Academic Dr. Tiba narrated how he helped almost 57 people who were struggling for their life in the sea near the Mumbai, and boldly he extended his support and saved their life. I don't want to repeat it, he deserved. But one more thing, he deserves appreciation. He is also alumnus of AMET. That's most important aspect I would like to share with you as well. Our Chancellor recognition of Calendar Award or Bravery Award. Please stand up here. My request, you bring the award, please. 1 minute.
A good round of applause, please.
May I request the awardee, Captain Anmol Kumar Srivatsava, to give you a few minutes reply for the award given to him. He is asking you to explain how you rescued those people as well.
Yes. Good afternoon, all. Distinguished guests. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to Dr. J. Ramachandran, sir, and our chief guest, Captain David, Captain Karan Kochar, sir, and Captain Rajesh Ramachandran, our Colonel, sir, faculties of AMET University, and my esteemed fellow seafarer and dear cadets. This tremendous recognition, I really thanks to all of you. It is truly a privilege and an honor to receive this esteemed award. It has been 18 years since I first stepped onto the AMET campus as a cadet. Standing here today in front of you for like my own college, fraternity. So it's a deeply emotional and proud moment for me. I still remember my very first day in AMET in 2004. I joined BSc Nautical Science in BSc 3 batch. And the pride I felt during the passing out parade in 2007 after completing the BSc Nautical Science. The journey from deck cadet to master and now as a marine pilot in JNPA has been filled with challenges, learning and growth, but the foundation laid here in AMET was instrumental in shaping my path. The knowledge, discipline, and the values I gained here in our college have guided me throughout my marine career. I am proudly humbled and internally grateful for the God like placing me at the right place at right time. You must be heard about the accident which took place on 18th December near Navi Mumbai seas. We call it Elephanta Island. So the incident was a ferry boat filled with 114 passengers carrying from Gateway of India to the Elephanta Island. Unfortunately, a naval speedboat hit near the JD5, near the Butcher Island. We have a tanker terminal. So near the JD5, there some engine problem with the speedboat of the naval craft. And due to this collision, the this ferry boat, which was made of wood, like started sinking. And as you know, in like our tourism, they don't give much importance to the safety. So they were not wearing life jackets. And there are like, you can say, 20 or 25 small children, age, you can say 9 months or 1 year or below that. Old ladies and many young people was also there. So total 114. The capacity of the boat was only 85. So definitely the life jackets are missing. So like I was casted off one vessel from APM terminal and I disembarked at pilot station. While coming back to JNPA, I heard this mayday call from the tanker which was moved in JD5 berth. So that call was ferry is sinking in front of us. It was a mayday call, so our JNPA control respond that we are sending the tugs and whatever we can say we are sending. And also the Mumbai Port Trust, they also responded. But when I checked my position, I was only 5 minutes from the distress point. So I asked my boat master to just, we'll proceed with the maximum speed. And we covered that distance in 3 minutes. And what I saw is like 95% of the boat had sunk. And 20 to 25% survivors are, were floating near the sinking boat. So we started the rescue operation by throwing all the life jacket, what we had, life buoys, portable ladders, ropes, and we given priority to pick up the children first, the old ladies, because of the dress up, they have difficulty to come on the, our traditional is sari, so you know it's very difficult for them to come on board. So we started rescuing old ladies and children first, and we asked young man to just grab the grab line of the boat, and so that you will not, but the main problem is in distress situation, people never listen to you. The main problem, if they want to come up as fast as, and priority they give to themselves, not the children, not the lady. So that was the main difficulty I faced. There were 2 German swimmers we picked up, so they helped us a lot, by, they jump again and they pushed, they supported the ladies to come on board. So then CISF boat came, they started rescue from the, because their free board was less, so they are like, for them it's very easy to pick up from the water and transfer to the pilot boat. So you can say this half an hour of rescue operation, be able to pick up 57 passengers on pilot boat. The pilot boat capacity was only 12. And we picked up 57 in our pilot boat. Then when we confirmed there is no more survivors, because there are another pilot boat from the Mumbai Port Trust, Purva, they are also in the same operations. Then naval ferries, so many people came, but the first responder, and we was the first responder, and we just rushed to the JNPA, and then in the middle I asked for the ambulance, 4 ambulance to be standby, doctor team to be standby, and when we reached there, unfortunately, one 7-year-old boy, then in the hospital they declared dead. So 56 was safe and sound, and one that boy we couldn't save. We tried giving CPR and everything in the way to the JNPA, but that was the only, when I recall that, it's very hard for me. For 4 days I was unable to sleep after this incident. So See, the accident never happen, every day. Actually, it's a very emotional moment because I'm just, standing in front of my own college. Captain KK sir is there, I think, and Captain Yashwant Raj, I think he left already. So, I can recall my old memories, and so I just say thank you, Dr. Ramachandra sir, whose visionary leadership established the foundation of maritime excellence in India. This remarkable honor truly means the world to me. Thank you.
Dr. Boyan Girlev Madukar, the Commandant and Rector of Nikola Vavtsarov Naval Academy, Varna, Republic of Bulgaria. Dr. Medin Garov has distinguished himself through his steadfast leadership in naval education and his contribution to developing modernized and internationally aligned academic frameworks for maritime training in Eastern Europe. Give him a big hand. Right now, awardee Dr. Boyan is witnessing this program virtually. It is available virtually as well. Now, I am requesting Chief Engineer Bhupati Bhaskaran, one of the senior most faculty members and marine of Amet University, to receive the award on behalf of Dr. Boyan Girlev. Please. Dr. Bhupati Bhaskaran, please come. Now the awardee, Dr. Boyan, is giving his reply or thanks through his video. Please.
Distinguished guests, respected maritime leaders, dear friends, it is with deep humility and great honor that I send you my warmest greetings from afar. I would have been truly delighted to be with you in person today at the annual Global Maritime Summit in Chennai, India, a city with rich maritime traditions and bright future. I am deeply grateful to the Dr. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation for selecting me as the recipient of the AGMS Maritime Leadership Award 2025. This recognition is a moment of pride, not only for me, but for all those with whom I have had the privilege to work through my career. Though I cannot be there with you in the Anna Centenary Library Auditorium, I feel a strong connection with each of you present. I have spent my life in service in the maritime world, as a naval officer, as a professor, as a rector, and as a lifelong student of the sea. I believe that leadership in the maritime affairs is not only about command, it is about responsibility, vision, and the willingness to serve the great good. This award reminds me that our work matters. Whether we are teaching young cadets, guiding ships safely across oceans, or shaping the future of maritime policy and education. We are all part of a global community tied together by the sea. To the leaders, scholars, and professionals gathered today, I salute your dedication and commitment. Let us continue to build strong bridges of cooperation across countries and cultures. Let us train the next generation to carry the values of safety, sustainability, and service forward. I thank the AGMS organizer for the opportunity to share a few words, and once again I thank the Dr. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation for this great honor. May the sea always be kind to your journey. With warm regards and deepest appreciation. Thank you very much.
Meant for AGMA Young Maritime Leadership Award of 2025. It goes to Mr. R.S. Lakshmi Balaji, Director of Truck Goods, Chennai, a forward-thinking maritime professional and technologist. Mr. Balaji exemplifies the spirit of youth-led innovation and vision within the Indian maritime sector. One more interesting information, he is one of the alumnus of Ahmed University. We have not mentioned about his past history of Ahmed University in the nomination. The jury, they have selected him out of his own background and profile. We are very proud of you, my dear boy. Now, I am requesting Mr. Balaji to give a few minutes Thanksgiving message.
Good evening to all dignitaries, respected guests and leaders present. I'm deeply honored to receive the AGMA Young Maritime Leadership Award 2025. This recognition reflects not my journey, but the strength of those who stood beside me. I will always remain grateful to my university, my mentors, my pillars who believed in me through every challenge, and my special heartfelt thanks to my university for your belief in me and your constant support during my university days truly shaped my path. I also thank Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation and International Jury Panel for this incredible honor. This is not just a finish line, it's just beginning. Thank you, Jayant.
Next one is equally important award for the best maritime institution in the world. We call it as AGMA Maritime Excellence Award of 2025. Is conferred upon Euro-Mediterranean policy engagement, stands as a model for academic excellence and global collaboration. May I invite one of the senior faculty members of the Maritime Department, Commandant Ramakrishnan, to receive the award on behalf of the institution. Please. There are two videos. One is the video of the university, which has been given the award. Another one is the Thanksgiving message from the director of the university.
distinguished President, Rector, Provost, Chancellor, Pro-Chancellor, and all authorities of both global, valued Amet University and Dr. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation. Good evening, and thank you very much from the Rector of the University of Messina, Professor Giovanna Spatari, and from me and my colleagues of KUST Euromed. First of all, I am so sorry not to be in your beautiful city and not to attend the prestigious Global Maritime Summit and award ceremony in presence, but at the same time, I am grateful to you for giving me the opportunity to intervene remotely. It's a great honor and privilege to speak today as Director of the University Center for Euro-Mediterranean Transport Studies, KUST Euromed, founded in 1981 by Professor Elio Fanara, and to represent this research and advanced transport training center, the institution you have chosen to reward with this prestigious Excellence Award 2025. I would like to express my deepest gratitude of university students and graduates and to the passionate teamwork of KUST members. Training in the maritime sector is crucial to ensure safety, efficiency, and sustainability, including transitioning to cleaner energy sources, adapting to technological change, and managing a complex operating environment. Looking to the future, we believe that we must continue to invest in quality training, internationalization, and sustainability, considering the continuous academy-industry collaboration and innovation for maritime excellence. The young people who are being trained in our courses today will be the leaders, officers, managers, innovators of tomorrow. Let's continue working together to keep maritime education at the highest standards for the next generations of people wishing to work in the challenging maritime industry. Thank you so much for this honor.
The next award is AGMA Maritime Innovation Award 2025 is awarded to Dr. Karthik Ramachandran, Director, Vet Biotics Animal Healthcare Private Limited, Chennai. The company's innovative applications of marine biotechnology for aquaculture health and environmental sustainability reflect an exceptional commitment to both science and the marine industry's ecological future. May I invite Dr. Karthik, please. Mr. Karthik, we would like to listen to you for a while, please.
Very good evening to one and all present here. Very good evening to our Honorable Chancellor Sir and other VCs and dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. It's my pleasure to receive this award from my mother institution, Amet University. I'm a proud alumni of Amet, 2012-15 batch in Department of Marine Biotechnology. So, when I was doing my PhD in marine biotechnology in Amet University, in that period, I was entered to the department and I still remember my days in Amet. When I entered, and our HOD and my professors, Dr. late Zafar Hussain sir and Jayaprakash Vil sir and Muttailan sir, they have guided me in a different way to enter into the different sustainable practice of aquaculture. And with this project title, we went to the management to ask a different infrastructure laboratory facility for aquaculture. Immediately our founder, Chancellor Sir said, the aquaculture facility will be developed for this fellow and the fellowship will be given for him from this year onwards. He can continue his PhD studies. I thank you, sir, for that. And when we started, the laboratory, sir made it happen in 3 months. Our sir and our Department of Marine Biotechnology professors also did a very good job, and we have published many research articles and very good research. Along with that, very good publications in reputed journals also. When I completed my PhD and coming out, I was thinking only one thing, how much Dr. Ramachandran sir is doing for the community of fishermen and other coming out of the education, I am saying. So I also thinking that I have to do something to the beneficial of farmers community who are all practicing sustainable aquaculture, fish farms or prawn farms. So I developed a novel product in my company, and I started a startup with the help and guidance of Department of Marine Biotechnology, and till now we have doing now per year of 5 crores of turnover in this company, and we are doing very excellence and innovations in this, very good in products. So I thank the management of Amet University and Department of Marine Biotechnology for giving me this opportunity, and it's a very big recognition for me of this award to do more in this aquaculture sector, and I will do more because Vedai Sir Potadu. Thank you.
Yeah, a couple of minutes. I would like to thank the jury chairman, Professor Dr. Gabriel Raiku, and member of the jury panel, Professor Stephen Hurd. Indeed, it's a very laborious job. When we asked their acceptance, without hesitancy, they have given acceptance to undertake this responsibility, and we have submitted all the nominations very late also because of the delay in receiving those nominations. They have taken only 10 days time. Individually, they have given score, and then consolidated score has been given. I was told that they have taken many hours to give a score and come to a conclusion as well. Now they are witnessing our program through online. On behalf of the chairman of Dr. J. Ramachandran Global Maritime Foundation, and on behalf of the Amet University, I would like to convey our heartfelt thanks to the jury members, Professor Dr. Gabriel and Dr. Stephen. All of you can join with me, give you a big hand to them for the good work what they have done. I would like to pass on the sincere thanks to our founder and chancellor, Dr. Ramachandran, for his encouragement and continuous support in arranging and distributing this award this year as well. I must equally thankful to our most respected President who has permitted us to continue this practice of distributing awards to the individual and the institutions, and his other support in terms of funding and logistic support. Thank you very much, sir. I should be thankful to Dr. Deepa Rajesh, who is the convener of this award distribution ceremony. She has extended a lot of help and support to carry out the program successfully as well. Thank you very much indeed. I should be thankful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor for his assistance in carrying out all these programs, including deciding the awardees as well. I am equally indebted to our Registrar, Dr. Sangeeta Albin, for all his earnest support to the Maritime Foundation. Finally, I will be failing in my duty if I don't register my sincere thanks to Dr. Jayaprakash Vail. Dr. Jayaprakash Vail, who is with his foundation work since the day of launching the program last year. Continually, he has been with us and doing everything on behalf of the foundation, especially for me as the member secretary. Dr. Jayaprakash Vail, please accept our thanks, sincere thanks to you. With these few words, I would like to thank every one of you for listening us and witnessing us. Hopefully, the same thing will be continuing in future also. Wish you all best of luck. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, sir, for the inspiring words. With that, I'm having the honor of introducing Mr. David Eggleston, a distinguished and dynamic diplomat shaping Australia's global engagements. Currently serving as Deputy Consul General in Chennai, he brings sharp insights and international vision to the role. He led negotiations on Australia's first green economy agreement with Singapore, an inspiring move towards sustainable diplomacy. His posting in South Africa saw him driving trade, security, and diplomacy with impact across the continent. With deep roots in global trade policy, he worked on World Trade Organization agreements and landmark Australian-United States Free Trade Agreement, AUSTRA. A rare experience includes his fellowship with US Senate Finance Committee at the heart of international trade lawmaking. Before diplomacy, he excelled in corporate world with Qantas and Unisys leading complex commercial strategies. Academically, he blends economics, law, public policy from top Australian universities with global relevance. Mr. Eggleston's journey is a compelling example of how diverse experience and bold thinking can shape tomorrow's diplomacy. Here is Mr. David Eggleston to deliver the Chief Guest Address. Over to you, sir.
Look, and thank you very much for that very warm welcome and Vanakkam, everyone here today. So I'm the Deputy Consul from the Consulate here in Chennai, as you heard, and look, it's so pleased to be able to participate in this presentation of the AMET Global Maritime Awards. I'd like to thank very much the organising committee and the dignitaries on stage here. You've made me feel very welcome, and I think that it's very much a Tamil Nadu and Chennai welcome as well. So thank you very much for that welcome here today. It's heartening to see that these awards honour the outstanding contributions to the maritime sector across leadership, education and innovation. And through these awards, we can inspire excellence, foster innovation and promote collaboration in the global maritime sector. And I think it's been so inspiring to hear the stories today. I remember the incident in Mumbai last year, and I do feel, and I wish you all the great success and congratulations on your courage and the honour that you participated at that. So thank you, sir. I'm also delighted to know that one of the jury members of the awards was from Australia, so Professor Stephen Hurd, Director of the Centre for Seafaring and Maritime Operations at the Australian Maritime College at the University of Tasmania. I also hear that AMIT has a MOU with Monash University in Victoria, so it is great to see some of those collaborations between AMIT and Australian institutions, and I know we'll be looking for more in future. So here in Chennai at the consulate, we are responsible for the southern maritime states. So Tamil Nadu, so I think we have a mixture of people here from various states. So if you're from Tamil Nadu, please put up your hand. So it's probably a lot of people. What about from Kerala? So quite a few people as well. From Andhra Pradesh? Fewer people, but I can see a few of you. We also look after Pondicherry, Nicobar, good to see you, Nicobar and Andaman Islands, and Lakshadweep. It's always a bit harder, Lakshadweep, but that's kind of our focus from the consulate. And as you can see, it's very much a maritime focus. So when we look at maritime, we're thinking of maritime security, maritime trade, ports, blue economy, and tourism. So these are all very important parts of our work. And I think it's really institutions like AMIT who provide the foundation for how the global shipping, global ports, logistics, and global trade actually work. So I think that's fantastic to see. I will just provide a few framing remarks about the Australia-India bilateral relationship. We recently launched a new roadmap for how Australia and India can engage on an economic perspective, and that's very much looking at clean energy, education and skills, agribusiness and tourism. We have a free trade agreement between Australia and India, and as we are based in the south here, we are expecting to see a lot more trade between southern India and Australia. So that's part of what my work will be at the mission, to try and make sure we can see that trade increase. But before closing, I think, as you know, Australia is an island continent. We're the only island continent. But we have a lot of very good education institutions. So I hope in future you will be able to consider maybe further study in Australia, and I know we'll be looking at how we can progress some of those collaborations between AMIT and some of the Australian institutions. The world is a big place, and hopefully for work or pleasure you will get the opportunity to come to Australia, and I think in the line of work that you're working in, I think that's a very, very probable outcome. It's also an exciting time for AMIT University in Chennai, with AMIT hosting the conference for the International Association of Maritime Universities later in the year. So I hope to see many of you at that event later. I think it's in October. But look, many thanks again for this very warm welcome, and I wish the awardees all the best of congratulations and very well done. And I look forward to seeing what more we can do in future. So Nandri and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. David Eggleston, for giving that warm invitation to Australia for studies and various other purposes. Thank you so much. Now I request our Dean International, Dr. T. Sasilata, who's having a remarkable career spanning over 30 years, Level 5 Certificate in Management and Leadership, and her contribution to research have resulted in publication of more than 10 patents, out of which 3 has been awarded. Now I request Dr. Sasilata to come and present the annual Global Maritime Summit Conference Report and the Best Paper Awards. Here is Dr. Sasilata.
Good evening to all the dignitaries, guests from industries, academia, faculty and students. It gives me immense pleasure to present the report of the conference AGMS 2025. So for the concurrent technical sessions, we have received more than 120 articles from various organizations across the globe, not only from India, but from other countries as well. Based on scrutiny, we have shortlisted around 67 papers, and that is presented in 4 different sessions. For the first session, Maritime Education and Sustainable Future, we have our session chair, Captain Suresh Shenoy from V-Ships Ship Management Private Limited, and session co-chair, Captain K. Rajesh from the Department of Nautical Science, Amat University. There were around 6 papers that presented in the first session. Out of the 6 papers, after scrutiny, 1 paper is selected as the best paper from Indian Maritime University, Kolkata. The author of the paper is Dr. Krishna Mohan Patayak and Dr. Durban Mitra for the paper Anchoring Inclusivity with Choices and Femininity in Indian Marine Engineering Education Challenges and Prospects. And for the second session, Digital Transformation and Smart Maritime Operations, the session chair is Captain Sandeep Inkurti from NYL Technology, and session co-chair is our Chief Engineer Balaji Ramakrishnan from the Department of Marine Engineering, Amat University. Around 8 to 9 papers are presented in the session 2. After scrutiny, 1 paper is selected based on their presentation for the paper entitled Predictive Analytics for Lithium-Ion Battery Health Using AI and IoT Integration. The author of the paper is Mr. Suresh and Dr. R. Vijayarajeshwaran from VI Microsystems Private Limited. And for the third session, Innovation and Sustainability in Maritime Practice, session chair is our Captain Ganesh Srinivasan from Densape Marine Private Limited. And the session co-chair is Chief Engineer Koki Panirselvam from the Department of Marine Engineering, Amat University. 8 papers are presented, and after evaluation, for the paper India Shipping Industry, Challenges, Opportunities and the Way Forward in Tracking Barriers to Digital Adoption. This was presented by Dr. Deena Jacob from the Hindustan Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai, and Dr. Usha. And for the session 4, Blue Economy, Ocean Health and Policy Integration, the session chair is Dr. R. Venkatesan, retired scientist from National Institute of Ocean Technology, Chennai, and session co-chair, Captain Mani Rajkumar from the Department of Nautical Science, Amat Institute of Science and Technology. Around 9 papers are presented. After scrutiny, based on the presentation, 1 paper is being selected for award, which is Artificial Intelligence Driven Species Identification, Classification and Qualification of Coral Associated Fishes. The author of the paper is Shalu, Project Associate for Amat University for the funded project titled Marine Exploration and also the Identification of Species funded by MOES. I am the principal investigator of the project. May I request the dignitaries to present the best paper awards to the awardees. I request the chief guest of today's session and the Chancellor of Amat University to present the awards to the awardees. Please, sir. Let me invite Dr. Krishna Mohan from Indian Maritime University, Kolkata. So I think they are not available here since, they have gone right now. They are traveling to Kolkata. And for this, okay, on behalf of Dr. Krishna Mohan Patayak from Indian Maritime University, let me invite Madam Padma Priya, you please receive the Best Paper Award. For the second session, may I invite Mr. Suresh from VI Microsystems Private Limited. Please come forward, sir. So we are awarding 5,000 rupees cash prize along with the certificate. And for this session 3, may I invite Deena Jacob and Dr. Usha from Hindustan Institute of Science and Technology for presenting the paper India Shipping Industry, Challenges, Opportunities and Way Forward in Tackling Barriers to Digital Adoption. They are not available. I invite one of the cadets. Please receive the award.
Receiving on behalf of Cadet Rudrush Nahori from BE Marine Engineering. Thank you.
Then may I invite Shalu SK and Dr. Batmapriya for the project, for the paper titled Artificial Intelligence Driven Species Identification, Classification, Quantification of Coral Associated Fishes. You please come forward. Yeah. Thank you very much and best wishes to all the awardees. Thank you all.
Thank you and congratulations to all the award winners and certificate winners. Now, may I request our founder chancellor, Dr. John De Ramachandran sir, to come and deliver the commendation address.
Dear Mr. David Eggleston, Deputy Consul General of Australia, Chennai. Dear Captain Karan Kochar and other dignitaries of the dais and of the dais, faculty and dear cadets. The program is coming to an end with my address. Actually, I never encourage any kind of foundations or organizations, programs on my name, personal name. But this was, in spite of my insisting that it is not necessary to have this. Mr. Rajesh and Dr. Thiruvasagam insisted that we, having done so much, having AMET done so much for the industry, we must encourage people from outside also by giving awards, by celebrating this kind of summit. So, for the past 2 years it's going on. Hope it will continue with their efforts. I thank the entire team for organizing such a wonderful program with a class touch. I would like to thank all the awardees. Captain Anmal Srivatsava, very proud of AMET cadet. That 57 lives is this Captain Anmal could save them was really, really, he was a godsend person to them. And I am really proud that AMET had produced such a wonderful person. And also my appreciation to Dr. Bayan, former Commandant and Rector Nikola Vapsarov Naval Academy, Bulgaria, Mr. Lakshmi Balaji, and Messina Italian University, and Dr. Karthik Ramachandran, Director, Vet Biotics Animal Healthcare Private Limited. And I am very happy that all these selections were done through the proper process. And the juries, I'm also thankful to the juries, jury chairman Professor Dr. Gabriel Raiku and jury member Professor Stephen Hurd for doing this meticulous job and declaring the awardees. And I am also appreciating the research awardees who have been selected from 67 papers, and every year I would like this to continue so that more and more research can take place in maritime education. I have a request to Mr. David. See, sir, Australia must open up for more collaborations, particularly in the education field. UK is becoming more expensive. US is tightening up all these visa formalities, and it is not stable. So Indian students have got tremendous scope to come to Australia. Please think about it and try to bring in more collaborations to India, not only to AMET. AMET was about to sign a MOU with one of the largest and popular universities, Monash University. We have almost signed, and it will come into effect from the next year for artificial intelligence and data science. So Australia can definitely attract lakhs of students if you open up and liberalize your fee structure, and also relax rules for part-time employment, and also after the education, few years of employment in Australia. I want to take advantage of this situation, your presence, and request you to look into this. And I personally thank all of them who participated in the event, particularly the students who patiently sit right from the morning. Thank you very much. Thanks once again.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful commendation report. Now, to prove that gratitude is as powerful as keynote, I would like to welcome a master mariner with over 5 decades of unmatched maritime experience, from commanding vessels across globe to steering multi-million-dollar supply chains in Gulf. A strategist who bridged ship and shore from MMD Chennai to Dubai Aluminium. A valued pillar of AMET, now leading from the front as principal of AMET City College. Here is Captain V. Chandrasekhar, Principal AMET City College, to deliver the vote of thanks. Please, sir.
Good evening, everybody. It's been such a great honor and privilege to present the vote of thanks at this magnificent function today. We've all witnessed a wonderful and thrilling event the whole day. So much of knowledge, so much of discussions. Truly, we all learnt so much today. First, I'd like to thank our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Ramchandran, and wish him again a very happy birthday and many more happy returns of the day. I would also like to thank our chief guest, Mr. Captain Mohan Nayak and Captain Karan Kochar, for being present here and gracing this occasion. I also like to thank all our panelists, all the speakers, all the guest speakers here, all the dignitaries on the dais, all the persons, all the faculties and students who are all present in the audience patiently the whole day. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for the mobile you are leaving. I'll take it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a voyage it's been. From navigating panel discussions to anchoring thought-provoking ideas, we have sailed through quite a summit. If you manage to stay alert, inspired, and awake after lunch, give yourself a round of applause. And if not, don't worry, you have still earned your sea legs just by staying till the end. As we prepare to bring this day to a close, let's not just walk away with memories and selfies, but with a renewed purpose to make this waves that matter. And now, with heads held high and hearts in sync, may I request everyone to please rise for the national anthem.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you. And with that, we lower the curtains on this remarkable day. Thank you for being a part of AGMA 2025. Your energy made it unforgettable. Needless to say that, until we meet again, AGMA 2026, may your sails stay full, your purpose be strong, and your spirit unsinkable. Safe travels and goodbye from the bridge. Cheers. This is Captain Karthik signing off.